Okay. Now we will begin the City of Boynton Beach Budget Workshop meeting today, Monday, July 12th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Stephen B. Grant,
Present.
Vice Mayor Woodrow Hay, Commissioner Justin Katz,
Here.
Commissioner Christina Ramos is absent, Commissioner Typen Serga.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Excellent. Well, welcome to the 2021-2022 fiscal year budget. I'm glad to see we got a lot more faces than last year. And I'm very excited about the budget that we're going through. I know that it's been definitely a difficult 12 months since last July, but that's what life is. It gets a little bit difficult sometimes, and sometimes it gets a little bit easier. And so we're hoping that next year it gets a little bit easier. And those are my words of welcome. Any words from the commission before we begin? All right. Lori, pass it off to you.
Thank you, Mayor. As your city manager, your city staff and I are pleased to present to you a proposed budget of roughly $249.7 million, all funds. We're going to take you through a brief overview of the budget, and then we have the larger departments prepared to make a brief PowerPoint presentation to you on each of their departments, and then by exception, usually the remainder of the budget, smaller funds, smaller departments, if we have questions, all of our staff's here ready to answer them. So we are not proposing any adjustment to our millage rate this year. I know that's always the anxious question in the crowd, as well as, or any adjustment is being proposed, no adjustment is being proposed for the fire assessment. So we have provided a balanced budget for you, and would like to go ahead, Tony, if you'll open up the PowerPoint, I'll take us through just kind of the process of what we'll be doing here today and tomorrow. Next slide. Oop, I think yeah. Mine's backwards. Okay. We are here for 3 days if we need them, but we typically finish up adopting the proposed millage rate and proposed fire assessment rate. And this year we're going to be talking about a new canal assessment for a small section of the city that, as you're all aware, we'll present on that as well to add to the tax roll. So this workshop obviously is to discuss our entire operating and capital budgets of the $249.7 million. That's general fund, utility fund, all revenue and special funds. This is obviously a public meeting and an opportunity for the public to have conversations with the commission and with staff and questions on the budget. Again, we'll be proposing the millage rate, fire assessment rate, and the canal assessment rate.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Mayor?
Yes.
Has anyone tried to contact Commissioner Christina Romulus? I would hate for her to be stranded somewhere and trying to get here and we're not making any effort. So if someone would call her, find out where she is and what's going on, I'd like to have 100%.
Just texted her. Andrew will give her a ring.
Thank
Usually
you.
she can, yeah, usually she'll text us. Okay, so our assessment hearing, so after we do these workshops today, we set the preliminary rates, we convey that information to the property appraisers, and then that allows them to post that information on the trim notices that will then get mailed out to our residents. And then we will come back in September and hold 2 adoption hearings. Our first hearing, due to the trim schedule, cannot take place on our regular commission meeting of Tuesday, September 7. So we'll be asking the commission at the next commission meeting to go ahead and move that meeting of the 7th to the 8th. And we will conduct both our commission meeting and our first budget hearing on September 8 at the commission chambers. Then on Tuesday, September 1 will be our final adoption hearing. And then October 1 starts us all over again. I have to say, coming off of COVID has been, I just wanted to take a minute to say how proud I am of our staff and the way our city managed through the pandemic. And we're really feeling it now. I've talked to a few other city managers. I said, are you just feel like you're drowning sometimes? And she goes, I think we're all just trying to catch up on everything that was stalled for so long. So we're excited and looking forward to the new year and coming out of that emergency. But I think we did very well. You know, we kept our employee population whole. We didn't have to lay anybody off. We kept people working. We accommodated people that needed help with their children and, you know, being able to come back to work. So kudos to all of the staff that's sitting out there, because we really pulled together and I think did an outstanding job for our city, and without any disruption of service really at any time. So that was pretty miraculous, I think. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our finance director, Mara Fredrickson, and she's going to take us through an overview, and then we'll get into departmental presentations.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Mara Fredrickson, Director of Financial Services. I'm going to give you a brief overview of our overall budget, and then we'll open it back up to you guys. So our overall budget this year for all funds is $249.7 million. The portions that make that up, water and sewer utility fees are $54.7 million. Property taxes make up $42.9 million. Your capital funds are $42.2 million. Your fund transfers are $21.3 million. Internal service funds are $16.7, and then so on. Some of the smaller funds that make up the rest of that. On your expenditures, our general fund out of the $249.7 million makes up $102.4 million of that, or 41%. Your utility fund makes up $54.7 million, or 21.9%. Our capital for general and utility are $42.2 million, or 16.9%. Those are the major expenditure funds. For our general fund proposed budget, the $102.4 million, 54.7 of that is personnel services, or 53.4%. Your pension is 19.3 or 18.9%. The operating make up 23.9 or 23.4%. Yeah.
Hey.
Give me a minute while I wait for time. Yeah. So our general fund departments as a whole that make up that 102.4 million. Police are 38.09 or 37.2%. Fire is 27.58. General government is 12.53 million. And then public works is 8.8 million, and so on.
Pause here. Mayor, we contacted Commissioner Romulus. She's on the way. She's about 15 minutes away, but she's going to call in on her telephone while en route.
All right, so general fund for last year versus this year. Last year, general fund was 97.6 million. This year, we're proposing at 102.4, which is an increase of 4.7 million. On your ad valorem on the revenue side, we're anticipating about a $1.8 million increase there. We are injecting the budget with the 1.6 million that we lost in state shared revenues last year through ARP funding. So that's that 1.6. Transfers from other funds, we have a 1.2 million, and then fund balance, actually we're giving back to fund balance this year at 42,000. So we used 1.9 last year. We're proposing a balanced budget to you to give back 42,000 back to your general fund. On the expenditure side, some of the major expenditures that make up that 4.7 million are your operational costs for town square. We saw an increase of about 1.1 million. Police department, that's contract wages, benefits, additional personnel, some of the new technology for your security records management and your real-time crime center saw an increase of about 1.8 million. Fire department, which is mostly contractual wages and benefits, made about $1.6 million increase. And some of the other expenditures, the city clerk, we have an expense this year for the election of about 100,000. General employee pension actually decreased this year by 334,000. Police pension went up 690,000, and then fire pension went up 300,000. No, it just moved on its own. I don't know. So some of the major highlights that we're seeing this year for the 21-22. One of the things we're really excited about is bringing up our minimum pay standard of to $15 an hour. We have about 65 employees that were under that standard, so we're proposing to increase that. There is a 2% wage increase in there for all funds for blue, white, and general.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't know, I've unmuted.
Hi, this is Alan. I do hear audio now. We lost audio for approximately 3 or 4 minutes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Lost it again.
Beth, can you hear me through now you can hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor Grant, this is
So-
Alan. So yes, we have GoToWebinar through the GoToWebinar app, but apparently not from the premises where you're located there at the community room somehow.
Can you hear me now? So it's the microphone system. The GoToWebinar platform is working because they can hear me from the microphone from the laptop. So Lori or Mar, do you have the GoToWebinar interface open on your laptops? Could you turn on the microphone there?
Got it. I'm unmuted.
And so now ask our ASL interpreter, can they hear our city manager?
Can you hear me talking now? Yes.
So,
Should I leave mine on?
so these microphones may not be connected to the GoToWebinar, however, our laptops are.
So are they, the public hearing the sound through my computer then?
Correct.
Do you want to do this? Do you have the interface open? Or it's going to open the interface. It doesn't have to open.
Okay.
Get them the emails too. Wait, does he send it? Are you an organizer though? Mayor, she's not an organizer.
As long as she's a panelist, she could speak. If not, then
I'll help switch seats with her for a minute.
Yeah.
Why don't we just do that? Don't bother. Yeah.
or just move your laptop over.
I'm afraid I'll turn it off.
Wait, what? Okay. All right, so some of the changes year over year, just by department division, the next few slides kind of give an overview of that. And then this is your change in your fund balance year over year. Last year, we ended the year at,
So Mark, can you still speak into move the microphone a little bit closer so the audience can hear you too?
got it. I got both. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so last year we ended the year at $17.4 million in fund balance. Our emergency reserves made up 9.5 of that. This year, we're looking to end the year at 16.6 million. And then your emergency reserves for next year would have to be 10% according to our policy, which would be 10.2 million for next year. Your tax levy versus your rollback rate. Our proposed rollback rate this year would be 7.6 million. If the commission chose to do that, you would see a budget deficit of about 1.1 million. As our manager mentioned earlier, we are proposing to maintain the current 7.9 millage rate. Your rollback rate is 7.6, which we will determine today as far as your millage rate as well. This is just an example of what your residential property might experience at the current taxes. So a $50,000 property with a homestead exemption of $25,000 would see about a 46-cent increase per month based on the current expense. And then your commercial properties, our appraiser has said that our experience is about 5.2%. So $50,000 property would see about $1.71 per month. At the maximum that they could increase, you would see a $3.29 increase per month, which is that 10% there in Orange County. All I have as far as the overview of the budget.
Could you just scroll back a second?
This one?
Your slide just has more data than mine.
We added, as a result of one of our individual meetings, the mayor had requested that we add on this slide the third column there, with the maximum 10% increase. That's by cap, property can't raise more than 10%, so that's the worst case scenario. So we did add that.
Great, thank you.
So now we're into questions. Any questions from the commission? Yes, sure, Gex.
Thank you, Mayor. I've spoken to staff during my preparation meetings about possibly having now scenario where the blue and white collar and general raises. There's 2% budgeted, but I think staff has the data looking at closer to the budgeting for 3.5%. So if that information available screen or either verbal.
That was the only way public was hearing us. My microphone, sorry, Commissioner, I do have that data with me. So my microphone is now off. Can the interpreter still hear me? I think so. Okay. It was creating feedback apparently over there.
So we were going through your microphone.
Apparently. Was the feedback to hearing the public hearing it, John?
Yes.
The sound's all the way up. This one.
Okay, I'm going to turn it back on. This microphone, though, I can't have on at the same time, apparently. So I will talk loud. I have no problem doing it. So, yes, Commissioner, we have data on the impact of going from 2 to 3%. General fund, right now, the impact on the general fund to one, also including the adjustment of the 65 employees, not all of them are in the general fund, but including that elevation to the minimum standard of $50. And the 2% raise had about a $414,000 impact on the budget on the general fund only. 3% would be $605,000 and change. Overall, on all funds, which is general fund and your utility fund and sanitation and fleet, where all the funds house employees, the overall impact to the budget is $620,000 for 2% and $916,000 for the 3%. Can I say that right? Okay.
So what would the total cost impact be of going from 2 to 3 in terms of, and this is just what's budgeted for people's own knowledge. This isn't, we're not deciding to raise our best negotiations, but this would be just preparing for negotiations, the increase from 2 to 3 within that increase of not one.
The general fund I have is the only one I have in front of me, which is 190,000, almost 191,000 increase on the general fund side. Just have to do that.
My only question or follow-up question to this conversation would simply just be, where would that be coming from? Would we have to go into any specific line items or switching anything around, going into reserves? Like, I just would want to know where we would be getting the additional capital in order to make that possible.
At this point, it's not.
The difference is not budgeted. So you have about a $40,000 surplus, and then you would have to go into either we cut something else, something out of the budget, or you go into reserves.
So we would need to make up about $300,000 to do that, to go from a 2% to a 3%.
190.
I think it's 300 include the blue and white, just based on some of the conversations we had.
Right. From your numbers that you're saying at this point right now with the 2% increase, it's 620. That's budgeted. If we were to bring it up to 3%, it would bring us up to 960.
Yes. So that difference,
So
that would come out of reserves, or we adjust it down.
no, what I'm saying is, what am I missing? because you're saying 6 to 9, but then you're saying it's only 191.
191 is the general fund impact only. The remainder of that is all other funds. We have employees housed in fleet, sanitation, utility fund, et cetera. Usually the focus is general fund because that's your reserve fund. Utilities, their budget, that would come out of their reserves as well. So it's, would have to be funded by reserves.
Or making cuts.
Yes, sir.
So that's, I just wanted to bring this up because I tried to do something like this last year, but I got late in depth negotiations and this to go. As I hope this is the opportunity, plans for that. It's just my personal view that 3% should be the benchmark, and then how negotiations go, so be it. So that is something I would like to pursue personally and identify that 200,000 either more existing funding that could be adjusted. I'm not going to look at reserves because it's a recurring cost, and reserves are it's a one-time fund, but that is something I would like to see, whether it's a discussion at this point or at a future point. That's my position on that.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, just piggyback.
Turn off the big microphone. I'm off.
Am I good now? Okay. All right. I lost my train of thought. Forget it. It'll come back later.
All right.
You were going to agree with?
No.
Thank you for the memory jog, Commissioner. I appreciate it. I was gonna make a really good point, but it'll come to me later, I promise.
My comment is that I'd like to lower the millage rate from 7.9, which has been for the past 8 years, to at least 7.89. I know I voted against the budget last year. I do believe it is not asking much. In addition, I feel that the $120 fire assessment, we can increase at least $1. It's something in the sense that it is equal for everyone that is here. So whether you are here year-round, temporary, it is something that affects people equally because we all get equal fire rescue services. As for the wage increases, doing some research on equity and equality, the people that are making the $15 an hour getting a 2% raise is very different than the person that is the director getting the 2% raise. And so I would be in favor that we don't do it based upon individual salaries, but the totality of the employees. For example, if it's cost $600,000 for a 2% or $900,000 for a 3%, that number gets divided by the number of employees, and that increases each employee equally rather than creating a disparity between the highest earning individuals and the lowest earning individuals. So I don't necessarily know your opinions on that, but that's something that I would rather do and start implementing so that we are raising all employees' salary equally rather than equitably. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. I was actually just gonna correct you. It's actually equitably than equally.
No. Equitably means that the people that make the most would still get the most. And the people that make the least because it's that 2%, right?
So most of this does have to be negotiated because some of these employees are part of labor unions. So they would never agree to take a raw dollar raise to create a flat dollar raise across all employee units and the non-bargaining unit employees. So I'm not knocking the idea. I just don't think logistically that we couldn't negotiate and force some of our unionized employees to take lower raises so that some other employees could get higher raises. I don't think that would fly.
But we could do that for general employees. Correct? So that, I don't necessarily know the union bargaining as much as our commissioner over there. So hopefully we'll have a closed door session to review everything that's coming back. No?
We conclude, we'll be bringing once we complete our negotiations, we'll be bringing the ratification to the commission
Okay.
with recommendations in the contract then, but not via closed door.
Okay.
Unless, well, I guess you can call one if they want to, yeah.
You could call.
It's, right, we can call one.
Yeah. So that's kind of my concern is that, based upon Commissioner Katz's statement here, if there's something in between the 2 to 3% that is agreeable for the commission and the unions, that's something that I'd like to discuss with the rest of the commission.
Mayor?
Yes.
I do agree with what Commissioner Katz is proposing here. That was one of the suggestions I was going to have, that we go from 2% to 3% with the wages. I agree with that. However, I do not agree with the millage rate reduction. I think it needs to stay where it is at 7.9. We've had a challenging year. I know it's on the surface, it's a good idea. Definitely would not like to go back to the rollback rate, but I know it's been 7.9 for a few years, but we've been doing well at that millage rate. And I think it would behoove us to let it stay there and not impose an undue financial burden on ourselves when we have this balanced budget. I think everybody understands we've had COVID-19. 2020 has been a rough year, and I don't think we would get any kickback at all on proposing the millage rate to remain the same. I certainly support that. And I also support the idea of the fire assessment remaining the same. The $1 is just, it's not going to make that great of an impact, but just, I see it again, same logic that I'm using for the millage rate is the same logic that I'm using for the fire assessment. We have great staff who really put together a balanced budget based on amounts and percentages across the board that keep us from laying anybody off and all those kinds of things. And we made it through. And I think we need to just let it stay 7.9 and 120 and increase to 3%. So that's my position.
And so you're okay with going into reserves for the extra salary?
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess the other question is that are you also in favor of premium pay from the CARES Act funding? Because this is something also we should be discussing now.
We do need to discuss. And that my feeling at this point is yes, I would be.
Okay. So they'd be getting some people would be getting greater than 3% for the next year, even though it's not considered.
Well, we have a merit system. Is that correct? We do not.
No.
No, on the premium pay too, Julie, will only be the employee population that does not make any more than $75,000. So the premium pay will not go to anybody making that salary or greater. So that will be able to help your lower paid populations
Right.
through the ARPA. We just have to go through, and it's going to be some work to get through and determine eligibility of our entire population of employees. So we just need time to work through those numbers.
Commissioner Katz.
And just to point out, anything from the federal stimulus money is a one-time bonus. It won't actually affect salaries on a reoccurring basis. The second thing I'll say to staff, it's a natural first response from staff to say it has to come out of reserves. I see that at the school district, but just to be clear, my recommendation to try to find the funds for 2 to 3% would be based on cutting that cost from existing budget expenditures, not going into reserves. That would be my recommendation. Staff in any government, not just as staff, so I'm not messing with them, will always tell you it has to come out of reserves to spook you off of it. But it does not have to come out of reserves.
So where exactly is it? Or I guess, Lori, where can it come out of then?
Well, Mara just reminded me. So our revenue loss experience through COVID that we've calculated through the ARP Act is $3.7 million. We were only recommending utilizing 1.6 of it, 1.6 million this year.
Okay.
Knowing I'm going to need some next year too. But that was more of a number that we decided, let's just hone in on state revenue sharing, which is about the 1.6. Let's just plug that in. So we can utilize claim our additional revenue loss earlier if we want to. We don't have to wait. I wouldn't say do all 3.7 this year, but you can take it to 1.9 million of the 3.7 and leave the balance for us to utilize next year should the commission desire to do so.
Or we could take it even higher, and we cannot take that higher to lower the millage rate.
No, not directly.
Okay.
But you can utilize that money to free up funding otherwise appropriated to something that will then free up that funding that then allows you
Okay.
to lower.
So if you're saying that there's revenue loss that can be used to pay for increased wages on a one-time basis, not necessarily on a continual basis, which I believe you're saying that's not a good idea.
Right, that'll help us this year in the budget, but I've got to be able to continue to fund the 3% moving forward along with, that's all. It's just, it's a one-time next year. If we claim the rest of the revenue loss, that's a good plug. That's what the Treasury encourages cities to do first, is get your revenue losses back and then start doing, your programming. But once that 3.7's up, we're not going to be having that resource as a future revenue.
And the expectation, just economically speaking, would be that once we get past the ill effects of COVID on the statewide economy, that, that 1.6 million, we need to cover the losses this year. In 2 years, hypothetically, if the economy is fully back to normal, we will make that 1.6 million in regular revenue.
I think that's a fair statement. Yeah, we anticipate, for instance, next year, as we're watching the market go crazy right now in terms of real estate, I think next year's ad valorem will go up probably more than this year, but I should be careful in using my crystal ball during budget workshops. But I think that is likely to happen. But we just need, our costs are up like crazy right now. I mean, materials costs, commodity costs for us in the utility and in the general fund, it's everything costs more. But if the market slows down a little bit, the costs will go down a little bit. So.
Mayor.
Yes.
So I guess just to summarize a couple, as far as the millage rate and the fire assessment goes, I'm comfortable staying with the current rates, and then I won't repeat the 2 to 3% thing.
I have a few questions.
Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
Thank you. Just to reiterate, and I think I want to do this for the edification of everybody who's listening, because we've had this conversation in the past, but I think it's definitely worthy of restating it. There is, because if you're going to talk about equity and equitable impacts on our residents, there is a inequitable, I believe, standard to the fire assessment, whereas there's more of an equitable standard to the millage rate, because it's affected by value of homes. So anybody can feel free to correct me here if I'm wrong, but I do want to, I guess, reemphasize and make sure that we're on the same page about this, that the fire assessment is assessed on every property, regardless of the value of the property, whereas the millage rate is assessed based on the value of the property. Am I correct?
Yes.
Correct. So that being said, I would still rather keep things as they are because I don't necessarily see the value of increasing the fire assessment and then decreasing the millage by 0.01, because that's what you're suggesting.
Correct.
And
You know, just,
That 0.01 difference would be how much on the budget? Isn't it about like
50,000.
400 per
Yeah.
mill or something?
Yes, a full tenth of a mil. So this would be about a 50,000, Tony, did you calculate about a $50,000 loss in ad valorem revenue to adjust that 1,000th or 100th down to
So-
7.8?
So Mayor, please feel free to help me understand.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we're only decreasing the millage by a tenth of a mill, and the only thing that it would do is bring us up by about 50K, I'm not seeing that. So maybe help me understand. And then again, if we're proposing to increase the fire assessment, which already in and of itself is kind of inequitable because of the way that it affects different homes, I don't necessarily see the value of doing those two things. So I usually try to make sure I have an open mind to your suggestions, but I'm just not seeing it right now.
I appreciate it. It's kind of in the sense of we've increased the taxes for the last 8 years, 9 years or longer, because going from 8 mills to 7.9 was not a tax deduction. It was just lowering of the millage rate. That is similar to what I'm trying to do, is to put the city of Boynton Beach in favor of the people that are living here to start lowering the millage rate so that we can have a process to say, okay, if it's 7.89, then it'll be 7.88. This is similar to what we've done on the pension boards, where we think the expected rate of return is going to go down. So we phase in the decreased income that we think we're getting from the plan. And so that's kind of my mentality is that it's not a tax decrease, but we are lowering the millage rate from 7.9 to 7.89 in the hopes that this is something that continues on for the future, because we don't want to keep on taxing our residents at a higher number and not leave any sort of wiggle room. Let's say we have another huge hurricane or something like that. Do we really want to go to 8.5 or 9 mills? And so that's kind of where I'm saying is that this is not a outreach to the budget, but it is does appear like we are moving in the right direction of lowering the millage rate. And as for the equal tax for the fire rescue, it is something that for $121 versus the $120 I don't know what $1 would do for the fire assessment. But
Yeah, when we get the scenarios, it's a minimum of a $10 increase, I think.
okay, is that what it is? So it couldn't be $1, it'd have to go up.
Oh, yeah, it would have to be, we'd have to have our consultant just calculate it.
Okay.
we don't have that in
Probably
front of
costs
us.
more than raising it, so then I'll withdraw that.
So to continue on this vein, then the balance there is that we have a $46,000 surplus. That plus 4,000 could account for the 7.89 decrease in the millage. But then how do we then account for the wage increase that we are contemplating, or that Commissioner Katz has brought up? And if that's the case, then that means we have to extend this workshop and go line item by line item and find places in the budget to cut, because I will not go into reserves. I'm not going to do that. So to just kind of state where I stand,
Yeah.
I would be willing to entertain your 7.89 decrease, because I get what you mean, because we're at 7.9 now, and we only have up to 10 to go, and we will never go up to 10. I'll say that for myself right now. And I see your train of thought in terms of how you would like to decrease it over time, especially if we have potential revenues that will still keep us balanced in moving forward. But it's just how do we make it work? Make the puzzle pieces fit,
And I think the combination of, instead of using the 1.6, to use half of the 3.7 lost revenue, which would make, I think, what is that, 1.8 or 1.85, to use some of that there to help with the employee merit raises is one aspect of it. And then it's, also that we're dealing with the premium pay as well. So that's coming out of the ARP funds, but that's only one time and is not a continual expense. As you saw with the general employees, pension fund going down 300,000. Staff doesn't tell you that in another 3 years, it's supposed to go down like over 3 million.
The general fund, general pension will hopefully be in the black in about 5 years. I think it was 5 or 6, did our actuary show?
Yeah.
Which is great.
So there, I think the aspect of it is that we're going to incrementally lower the millage rate, and then we have that aspect of the 20% increase in housing that we've seen in sales this past year. That is really, I think, going to affect property taxes as well. So those two things, I think, is what will be able to maintain the request from going to 7.89, 7.9 to 7.89.
May I make my last point and then I'll concede
Yeah.
over to Commissioner because I know he's been waiting. For the funds, I just want to clarify to make sure that we can do this. If we do increase from 1.6 to 1.9, we can use those additional funds towards what we're proposing here with the salaries?
No, what it's, you
Oh, so it
can,
would be to pay.
you can
to
bring it
be
into your
able to
fund.
shift funds to other places and
Right.
whatnot. Okay,
Right.
got it. All
You'll
right.
identify a higher revenue, which will then allow you to balance your budget with higher expenses.
So then, to make my point clear, after getting clarification on all these points, I would be willing to entertain that conversation, Mayor, bringing this millage down to 7.89. And I would also entertain getting additional funds from the ARP so that we would be able to fund bringing the employee raises up to 3%.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Penserga.
Thank you, Mayor. Pretty much what Commissioner Romulus said summarized my position. I think I've said this before, but I'm very much in favor of a long-term plan, step-down plan on our millage rate. We do not need to shock the system, so we have to make significant sacrifices in the budget, but we can do it gradually and responsibly. And I think you've made a great argument for that. So right on board with you. I'm not in favor of changing the fire assessment fee. I think we can stay at 120. And I'm also in favor of, if we need to go line item by line item, more than happy to do that to make these 3% increase. I previously supported that and I will continue to support that today.
Okay. And so is there any other questions or comments from the commission? If not, I'm going to open it up to,
Mayor,
yes.
if we could just direct staff to bring us, I guess, information back that could show where we could possibly start making those cuts to allow for the budget to work, or maybe not necessarily cuts, I guess, but what shifts could occur that would allow for us to make these changes for these proposals.
So if you're okay utilizing the additional ARP funds, that will wash out this year, the difference of the 295, 349 city all funds. So it will not require cuts unless you choose to not use the ARP funds. And tell me if I misspeak. Then we would have to go identify 290,000 in cuts. So what I didn't hear Commissioner Penserga say is you support utilizing additional ARP funds or not.
I do.
I think you do.
Yes.
Okay, so there will be no cuts required at this point.
So, and so basically what Mara said is that there's $3.7 million of lost revenue. The original plan was to use 1.6 of it this year and possible, I guess, 2.1 next year, but we can somewhat make that 50-50. And so.
And it just about covers it.
Yeah.
It would, or we just take yeah.
Okay.
So. Okay.
Mayor.
Yes.
Just to reiterate, my intention in the past, as it is in today, is not just for a one-time reduction in the millage rate. It should be a long-term plan. And so I'd like to ask staff if they could make some projections. I know that's kind of very difficult, several years out, but if, what kind of increment needs to happen so we can do this gradually and responsibly while still maintaining a balanced budget? If there's a way to project that, I would greatly appreciate it. I know that would be difficult. But I want this to be sustained over time.
So just my idea is that we look at the increased cost for expenses, how much has our budget increased over the past 5-6 years? And then how much has the property's values increased over the 5-6 years? And so see where we can hopefully find that difference so that it is phased in, a lowering of the millage rate.
If I may be a voice of reason here, I think that's a very impossible task to put on staff, being that property values change and fluctuate every year, and then the commission will have a completely different makeup. So they may not necessarily want to entertain continuing to decrease the millage rate. There may be other circumstances or situations that happen that dictate us having to raise the millage. So I don't want to send staff on a fool's errand, because there's no way to say and predict what may happen in the future. No one knew COVID was going to happen.
Right.
No one knew that the result of COVID was that we're going to end up having a $500,000, median home pricing here in Palm Beach County. No one knew these things. So it's hard to say, staff, go do this, when there's really no way to do that. So I would just ask you to maybe temper that ask, Commissioner, because I want to make sure we put our staff on things that are actually purposeful.
No, it's pretty simple numbers. It's, in 2013, the property valuation was around 3.6 billion. Now it's around 6.9 billion. So we just look at that incremental, and we look how the city's raised their, how the city has spent that increase in property value, because 3.6 billion was the low point of the city's valuation as compared to 2009, when it was also valued at 6 billion. So I don't think we're going to have another great recession coming in anytime soon, because of the financial markets. But if that's kind of where we're asking for the numbers, but not necessarily next for tomorrow. I think that this is something that you'll have for the next commission.
We can always project out based on, they're exactly that. They're projections. What do we think are, you look at your trends of your growth, and we apply that moving into the future. We do it. Tony has it, probably not with him, but he does that every year. What I will tell you, we're always looking at ways to, one, raise revenues. That doesn't mean taxes, because I agree with you as a city manager. I will do everything in my power to never see us get to 8. 7.9 is high. So yes, to try to get that down. What you have to do is control costs or increase sources of revenue. It's pretty simple, but it's not. 73% of our budget is personnel cost. So if you want to control costs, that's where you need to look. So we're either looking at, between pension and salaries, that's 72.3% of our budget. It's not pens and pencils or widgets. We've cut that to the bone. So it really is. I mean, and that's okay, because we're a service organization. So your primary cost is personnel, but that's where we need to focus on controlling costs. And, I think we'll get some break in the actuaries here in the next few years on some of our pension costs, which will help. Staff's always reviewing, and we want to bring a program back to you to start looking at ways to kind of address all of our fees on an annual basis through a process with the commission. So we're always looking at them and keeping them fresh. We'll turn around and say, oh, we haven't looked at our building fees in 7 years. And meanwhile, we're way behind, and we could be, addressing that. So I have staff now looking at all of their fee structures. I mean, most departments are pretty good staying up with what is acceptable in the market. But one way or another, it's cut costs or increase money. So it's how we do it. But the hard part for us is being a service organization. And 73% of our costs are people. So I know we work very hard to control our health benefits. We've got a very high deductible in the city for family coverage. It's expensive, yet our health costs are enormous. But to be a competitive employer, we provide health insurance. So moving forward, that's where I just ask you to keep that in your mind, and we'll see what we can do to contain. That's what we try to do. Being 7.9 for 8 years, I'm thrilled, because I haven't had to come back and say we need to raise our taxes. That we've been able to do what we have in this city without raising taxes is actually quite remarkable. But we have our work cut out for us. We have half the tax base of a Delray Beach, but we get a lot done in the city. And, we have to use our dollars wiser as best we can, but there's always room for improvement. So we're always looking.
Yes.
I may be on the opposing side of this, but I know that we're 73% personnel, but the people that I've been talking with around the city, many of them brought up the idea of raising the millage rate.
Mhm.
And that's been something that's been talked about over the years. I don't see that. I do see keeping it at 7.9 because really keeping it the same, being able to keep it the same is a saving in itself, is the way I look at it, because we are a growing city. We have many programs that we're adding, that needs to be funded. We have many projects that are coming up out of the ground, which will allow us to make some positive decisions on the direction that we're going in. And I just feel that we, at this state of the game, need to, based on what we just come out of, is not be too overly spending now. I think we need to be a little conservative to see that it continues to go in the direction. I don't see 7.9 and 7.89 being that big of a deal, be quite honest. I know the rollback rate is 7.6365. I by no means advocating that. I don't want to go back to the rollback rate, but I do want us to be able to continue to expand programs here in Boynton for our citizens. And I see in order to do that, we're going to need that income. What I would like to see staff do is make some projection on, the what if in terms of the projects that we do see coming down the pipe that we know about from the ad valorem tax and everything else. What would that be? And so at this stage of the game, I just don't feel that's almost, I don't want to say a slap in the face, but to go from 7.9 to 7.89 just to say you reducing it, I don't see the purpose of that without a plan. I don't see a plan at this stage of the game, and I would like to have a plan and talk about it, have a dialogue, which direction we're going. What is the objective? Have some input from the people, the citizen, as what they want to see. I know it's eventually our decision. I do support the ARPA, maybe using some of those funds other than the 1.6 to use a little bit more of that. I do support that. But again, that's my position. 73% being personnel, the places to go is with Julie and the rest of them at the negotiation table for the unions and try to make some headway there. So I think this needs to be discussed a little bit more than just tonight.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I just make a comment about just a fear of mine, a concern? One of the things that we've come to learn during this time of the pandemic is that strangely, there have been some positive changes, strangely. And one of those is that there's an influx of people and businesses coming into the state, as well as Palm Beach County specifically. And, I've attended BDB meetings. That's the Business Development Board. That's the organization that recruits companies into the county. And I've spoken to many of their leaders, and they've said that, Ty, we're concerned that Boynton is missing the boat. And what that means is that during this time when companies are moving into Palm Beach County, they're moving into Boca, they're moving into West Palm, and we're not getting that kind of influx, right? We talk about housing becoming unaffordable, but we need to find ways to attract companies so we can raise the salaries. We can raise that median income of the city, which is staggeringly low. So what I'm trying to say here is, yes, I think this reduction in millage rate is a step in the right direction, but we are at this critical moment when other cities are starting to see this kind of economic boom, and we're missing the boat. So it's either we start doing something aggressive so we can share in that prosperity, or we don't. And I do not want to miss the boat. At the same time, I want to act in a way that's gradual and responsible so we don't shock the budget. But I just want to share that with the rest of the commission. That is something that's been looming in the back of my mind because this will not continue forever. Once these companies move, they'll start moving. They'll make their homes permanent in West Palm, in Fort Lauderdale, in Miami, in Boca Raton. And the question is, what are we getting? So I want to make sure that we make our city competitive. And so that's one of the questions I ask myself. What is or are the competitive advantages of our city? You go as a city representative, you go and sell the city to some conference or some event, and you say, these are the advantages of coming to my city. Well, this is why you should come here instead of West Palm, for example. We have some, but it's about economic conditions. And so, yes, lowering the millage rate is one of them, but I just want to share with the commission that I feel like we do need to do more in this category.
All right. Any final comments from the commission? If not, I will open it up now to public comments. Our city managers informed us that there's about 40 subs in the refrigerator, that it looks about now being after public comments is a good time to go grab that. And then we will start afterwards with the police department. How's that sound to the commission?
Sounds good to me.
All right. So, John, if for all the people that are online, please raise your hand, or you have the ability to ask a question. For the people in the audience, if you'd like to make any comments, now is the time.
Hello, Debbie Lytle. I live in Palm Beach, Leisureville, and I'm here to ask the city to consider, I don't know if this is actually the appropriate way to do this, but we're looking for maybe lighted stop signs and the lighted speed limit signs, some traffic calming in our community. We have a lot of issues with traffic. And
Debbie, can you clarify what community you're talking about?
Palm Beach, Leisureville.
Thank you.
And, you know, we have we just found out about the budget process too. And a lot of times we do have things that we want to present, and it's after the budget. So I know there's some other people from the community that plan to attend some other meetings. So my issue is basically about the traffic safety devices.
All right. And so our city manager is going to respond, but
We've added money in the budget for additional traffic calming measures. So as we go through with our new Drive Safe Boynton traffic calming program, we have funding in there for additional tables, speed tables. We can do the lighted stop sign. So I'll just get Gary.
We do have a gentleman working on that drive safety program. So, you know, we're trying to connect and partner with the city on a few of your projects.
yes. And no, I agree with you. It's made a big difference in Gulfview Harbor on the 27th Avenue, where people were using that 1,000-foot straightaway. And, you know, I go through Boynton, Leisureville quite a bit. So it's something that we want to make sure that everyone knows the stop signs are there. And lighted stop signs, especially because you have underground electrical in your neighborhood to begin with. Once we figure that out, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. So hopefully we have it in for this year for those two aspects. The lighted stop signs at some of the major intersections. And then speed tables. I know that also, you have sidewalks throughout your neighborhood, but some of the intersections are not up to standard.
Correct. And we have gotten a lot of assistance from Public Works, I guess, in some project. They're making sidewalk improvements for us. Mhm.
Wonderful.
We do have a little bit of a possible swale and storm drain issue on Ocean Drive and Boynton and Leisureville Boulevard.
Okay.
So.
All right. And that's the utility department. And John, do you see anybody with the hand raised?
Mayor Grant, this is Alan from the ITS department. There is a citizen named Jessica White with a hand raised.
All right.
And the attendee is self-muted. And I have just unmuted the microphone. So if Jessica White is listening, could you please unmute yourself?
Hi, everyone. How y'all doing today? I'm so sorry I had to leave. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Commissioner Board. So good to see y'all lovely smiles. I wanted to be sure that I just introduce the business that I'm bringing to the community, which is the Sexual Exploitation Abuse Child Protection Agency. I've been in contact with Mayor Grant, and he's been so kind. And this agency in particular is to be able to equip the global citizens, the world leaders to combat sexual crimes against children. Since I last spoke with the mayor, there has been an influx of child sexual abuse and human trafficking cases here in Palm Beach County. And I just want to make sure we still have it in the budget to be able to equip these communities, Boynton Beach in particular, with the funds needed to be able to educate the people.
All right. Thank you, Jessica. I was able to attend your presentation, and it is definitely informing, because we sometimes fail to realize that the child exploitation happens with loved ones, family, friends, people close to the children, not necessarily strangers. And that makes it that much more difficult to understand the symptoms of child abuse. The Center for Childhood Counseling calls these ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, that affects you throughout your life. And so this is something that, what we do for equity, what we have done for diversity, this is something that I'd like to, see if we can first use any American Rescue Plan funds for this type of education to assist the children that are in order to benefit the children through mental health. And so that's something that I would like to see in our budget to, help not only the police department, but the Parks and Rec staff who deal with children who may see something that's out of the normal and now understand the correct techniques to speak with children. Because after attending Crosspoint's play therapy room, childhood psychology is a whole nother game from psychology. And so that's something that I feel is very important that we have in the Boynton Beach, that all of our staff have, that our staff that deals directly with children has that type of education. And if we can, give the broad base to the public, that's also something I'd be in favor of.
We will definitely put it on our project list and take a look through the ARPA, how that would work.
Right. And Mayor, I would add, in addition to what you mentioned, just because I have firsthand knowledge of this and with the population that I work with, but it's not just, especially nowadays with social media being so prevalent and in our children's faces, literally since the day they're born, the sexual predators are also now on their phones, on TikTok, on Snapchat, on things like that. And so, you hear phrases like, sugar babies and things like that. And it's things that, like, for example, my 13-year-old niece is being approached by random strangers on Snapchat to have her become a sugar baby. So it's sad what's happening in our communities, and it's important, for the type of work that Ms. White is doing to continue to support that. So I don't know if she's still on, but thank you for your work that you're doing, Ms. White. And I hope that we're able to continue to work with you to protect our community here in Boynton Beach.
Thank y'all so much.
Okay. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak? All right.
I don't see any
And
other-
Alan, see anyone else with their hand raised or asking questions?
Mayor Grant, there are no questions in the GoToWebinar queue and no other hands are raised at this time.
All right. So with the permission of the commission, I'll ask for a little recess for dinner, and we'll come back hopefully within 30 minutes, let's say 7:20. All right. All right. Thank you so much. And for everyone online, we will be back at 7:20. All right. Thank you and welcome back. We will now move on to item 1D, the general fund, starting with the police department.
Good evening, Mayor Grant, Commissioners, Deputy Chief Vanessa Snow. I am here on behalf of Chief Gregory, who unfortunately is under the weather. So we are here to present to you our proposed fiscal year 22 budget. So from a high level, you will see that our budget proposal has increased 7.1% from the prior fiscal year. This represents a $2,515,130 increase, which we will get into as we go further into the presentation. For those of you who are following along or may not be familiar with how the police department is broken up, we have 3 divisions. Our first is Uniform Services, which is our largest division. It's our public-facing division where you'll find the majority of our uniform personnel. That's our patrol division and the majority of our specialty units. Here you'll see a 7.9% increase, which is in large part due to personnel issues that we will get into in the next slide. The next division that we have is the Office of the Chief, which you'll notice has a 4.4% decrease, which is realized because in part there has been some cost sharing with the division underneath it, support services for some contractual services that we'll get into. And then finally, we have our support services division, which includes our investigative functions, our communications division, and also our tech services. So here you'll see the largest increase, which was 10.8%, which was in large part due to an increase in our contractual services. So for some highlights for our Uniform Services division, you will see an increase of 1.4 million. That is in large part due to increases in the 2020 collective bargaining agreement, over 900,000 of which has to do with police pension increase. You'll also see that our operating expenses have decreased by 30%. That is in part due to the transfer of the school crossing guard expense from our uniform services funding to our traffic safety funding. You'll also see that we've increased our security services agreement with PSC, which you have seen around City Hall and our other venues, including Sarah Sims on weekends and some special events. So we've increased the request there by 99,000. And then you'll see our capital outlay has decreased by 31%. And that again, is a breakdown of how uniform services looks from a chart perspective, the majority of which being personnel-related costs. The Office of the Chief is our administrative division, as we mentioned before. 46% of the funding from that division goes to personnel services. And then the other 2 quarters are almost equally split between the operating expenses and the non-operating expenses to include our fleet systems. So again, for the Office of the Chief, there's been a decrease of 4.4%. Thankfully, there was a reduction due in part to the collective bargaining agreement. And our operating expenses also saw a decrease. And in this fund, you'll also notice, as was mentioned by Director Oldbury earlier, a request for wellness services for our police agency will also fall under this division. Finally, we have our police support services, which again, you'll see the largest increase. Again, you'll see the increase in part due to the collective bargaining for staffing. And we've also reclassified a position to create a professional staff member who would be an accreditation manager, as well as staffing for our real-time crime center analyst. And then we have also requested funding for a digital forensic specialist, which also is a professional staff position. Finally, you'll see an operating expense increase of 75.9%. So let's get into that. That might give you a little pause. Part of that was the transfer of the body-worn camera program from the Office of the Chief now to our contractual services and support services. In addition, the TASER annual payment has increased approximately $60,000 annually. And then we have software maintenance, which you graciously funded for us in a CIP not too long ago for our new records management system. And that funding has been transferred from CIP to our general operating budget under support services for a cost of $294,774,000 annually. And then you'll see an annual Microsoft Enterprise licensing is $75,000, which has been also transferred from the Office of the Chief Division over to support services. We found it best to have all of the contractual software related services put under our support division, where our tech services manages these programs. And then finally, you'll see a capital outlay decrease of 32.2%. So we've had a lot of successes despite what 2020 doled out for our community and our nation collectively. First, you may have heard about, and we're quite proud of, our reduction in Part 1 crimes of 28% this year. We also had our first successful annual gun buyback. We say annual because we intend to have this on a regular basis. Yes, ma'am.
If I may, can you please just clarify what Part 1 crime means?
Absolutely. So the Part 1 crimes are the more serious crimes that you often hear about. So that would include the rape, robbery, homicide, and certain grand thefts. So the petty thefts would fall under a Part 2 crime, which is not what is calculated in these statistics here.
To piggyback on that, not to detract you too far from your presentation, but can you tell us perhaps what accounts for some of these decreases?
Sure, absolutely. So we've had a multi-pronged approach to attacking crime reduction in Boynton Beach. One of the efforts that we initiated not too long ago in fiscal year 2020 was the implementation of a weekly strategic patrol meeting. During that meeting, we have all of our stakeholders internally get together and look at weekly crime trends. Where are the hot spots? What can we do to shift our assets and resources to address, let's say, as an example, we might be seeing an increase in vehicle break-ins in a certain community. We identify that, we deploy appropriate resources, and then the following week, we hope to see reductions in those types of crimes. So the strategic patrol meetings have been very influential in helping drive down our crime. What that does is has created a vested response on the part of the agency to see successes. So it's not a group, we're all in it on our own kind of a thing, we're in it together. So we employ the assistance of our community to help provide us with intelligence to address these crime trends and spikes. And fortunately or unfortunately, as the case may be, the pandemic did play a significant role in the reduction of property crimes during this fiscal year. But those are a couple of the approaches that we have implemented.
Well, Chief, I want to thank you, and I asked you specifically because I want to make sure we put a spotlight on things like this when they happen in our community, especially for our police department, as we continue to just see national sentiments towards police officers and what they do, but we always want to make sure we spotlight when good things are happening and for the betterment of our community. So I want to personally thank you. I want to thank our police officers for the work that they do day in and day out. And I think now, especially that things are starting to reopen and COVID is kind of, I can't say it's gone, but I'd say at least to a certain extent in the rearview mirror. I would hope that we can start doing more community events where, for example, we had Officer Shrek going out and meeting with local communities and things like that. I'd like to see some of that start over again because I think that will contribute to maintaining these low crime rate numbers.
Commissioner Romulus, you took the words right out of my mouth. So as you'll see at the bottom of our points here, some of our successes have been our continued outreach activities. So while certain activities did have to slow in respect of the pandemic and needing to be socially distant from one another, that did not preclude us from engaging our community virtually during the pandemic. We did have virtual story time. We did have opportunities for the community to interact with our agency virtually during town halls and other events that we had. But yes, we're excited that the pandemic is at least at bay currently, and we're able to get back out there. We saw the mayor at Kids, Cones, and Cops on Friday, and we're planning National Night Out, which will be next month, August the 3rd. And barrier free. So we are getting back out there. We're reinitiating our Explorer program, re-engaging with our youth.
About that.
Us too.
Yeah.
Us too. So that's an excellent point about our community outreach playing a role in our reduction in crime rates. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Chief.
In addition to what has been already mentioned, we've already implemented the real-time crime center. We've seen it play a significant role during our 4th of July event. Specifically, we had a command post there, and we had a mini command post during last year's hurricane season. So hopefully we won't need to deploy it this year. However, it is available and ready. We are also implementing the new records management system that we mentioned the funding for earlier. And we've also implemented the new evidence-based promotional process, which has yielded 4 sergeant promotions and 1 captain promotion. And as you know from the April 6th presentation to Commission on our staffing initiatives, we have implemented an evidence-based hiring process as well. And so since that meeting, April 6th, we have hired and started 1 new police officer. We have an additional 4 officers that will be starting in August. And in addition, we have an additional 8 police officers and 9 non-sworn who have been hired thus far this fiscal year.
Can you give me the breakdown and the demographics of those hirees?
I can. May I provide that tomorrow?
Please.
Yes. And that's for professional and sworn, or?
Yes, please. I'd like to know gender, race, age as well.
Absolutely. We'll provide that to the commission. No problem. Some of the challenges are not going to be new to you, but we have thankfully identified successful strategies to overcome them. The first being recruitment issues that we had for officers that we are working to overcome, as we've just discussed. COVID-19 has impacted, as Commissioner Romulus identified, our ability to get out and interact one-on-one in person with our community. However, that didn't stop us from, again, engaging virtually and on our social media platforms. And our final challenge that we've identified was the ability to continually engage all of our community stakeholders. So unfortunately, we had to pull back on our mentoring with students. We had to pull back on our Explorer program and coaching. However, we've identified when those will begin in the new fiscal year, if not before. And so we've seen some successful outreach even this year at summer camps where our crime prevention unit has been engaging with our students. Finally, moving forward, we are looking forward to some of our fiscal year 22 initiatives. First being the integration of the real-time crime center into our daily operations. And that will be accomplished through the hiring, training, and deployment of a real-time crime center analyst who will become a master in our Command Central Aware platform, which we purchased using some grant funding approximately a year and a half ago. And we are getting ready to launch it. Again, the mental wellness program is an exciting initiative, and I would be remiss if I didn't identify the fact that our core values, one of which is dedication. Our overall values are professionalism, respect, integrity, discipline, dedication and excellence. It's not just dedication to our community, but it's dedication to our employees and their overall physical and mental wellness is very important to us. In addition, it's also been identified in the 21st century policing as one of the pillars that are very important to have in place for a successful progressive agency. So that's one of the initiatives that we're looking forward to launching, as well as the increased security measures at our city parks to include additional cameras, license plate readers, access control citywide. So I believe that those are our highlights from the police department. I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Sure. Thank you for that presentation, Chief.
Sure, Vice Mayor, thank you.
So I'm going to ask you a question, and I just want to preface it by saying I'm going to ask the fire chief this same question, just a heads up. As I was going through the more detailed budget, the binder, I couldn't help but to notice that there is a very large number for overtime expenses. And I see that in both departments. And so this is alarming, both from a financial point of view, but I'm also concerned about our staff, our firefighters and police officers, how much are they taking on, right? So my question is multifold. Number one, what is the cause of these high overtime expenses? And number two, what are we doing or what could we be doing to bring that down?
Thank you for the questions. So first, we do factor in a certain amount of overtime into our annual operations, just as general course of business.
Sure.
As we understand, we have experienced a staffing shortage, which has caused us to fill those vacancies with overtime. We have also encountered our fair share of complex criminal investigations. Commissioner Ramos will probably remember, as will all of us in this room, the awful crime that occurred in March of the homicide of Miss Millage. And that caused an increase in staffing needs from multi-disciplines from around the agency that far exceeded our initial projections. We also have events that pop up that need to be staffed from a security perspective, that we feel obligated that it's upon us to staff those adequately. so as to not be caught short in the event that something adverse occurs. What are we doing? We have implemented a steady flow of police applicant reviews that we have discussed. We currently have 16 openings. As of August, that'll be down to 12 openings. And we have an additional number of folks that are constantly in the hiring pipeline. So those are some of the initial causes and also our long-range goal for addressing them.
Thank you for that. So would it be safe to say that you project that the expenditures for overtime should decrease in the next few years?
That's an excellent point. Thank you for picking that up on that. Absolutely. Our hope is that by this time next year, our vacancy rate will be down in the single digits. Our overtime expenditures will be decreased because we will not be filling those vacant positions with overtime hours.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So a couple of things that I want to point out that for the next fiscal year is, do we have any programs for cyber fraud education for the public, specifically prepaid cards? We do have a big senior population here, and I want to make sure that we have all received phone calls on our phones from people that we don't know trying to sell us warranty packages on our car, or trying to, say that we want a Marriott getaway. And I'd like to have the police give that education aspect, because it's very important for people to realize that once you put money on a prepaid card and you send it out, it's a debit and it's not a credit card.
Right.
So that's something that hopefully we can have that educational and go out to the community so that they know what is a safe way to transfer money, as there is numerous options such as Venmo or Cash App and other things like that, that we want to make sure our public understands the safe way of doing things.
Absolutely. If it's not already in our Citizens Police Academy, it will absolutely be part of their curriculum. We've also been approached by the FBI to partner with them in senior fraud cases and investigations. So we are looking internally for the most appropriate staff member who we can assign to be a point of contact and be a force multiplier for us when we are looking into these cases. So thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up.
Okay. And then you answered my second question regarding the Citizen Patrol. We are going to have another class this upcoming winter.
Absolutely. All things being equal, we would love to do that twice a year, but we definitely plan on doing it in the winter for sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Just a couple of general questions for me. How many officers do you plan to have in the real-time crime center?
We plan on having one full-time real-time crime center analyst to staff it. And we also intend on having cleared members from PSC, our security group, to be available to work up there on weekends.
So you're going to be doing cross-training?
Absolutely.
Good.
We currently do have cross-trained many of our staff. As an example, when we have folks that are unfortunately unable to work their regular duties due to whatever the case may be, we train them to work in the crime center so they are available for our staff. So on a regular basis, we do have officers up there, either working during a special event or as a result of their current staffing needs.
Okay. Of the 133 firearms that you received, what did you do with them? Were they melted down or what? Sold?
We are not selling them. We have put our hands on every single firearm that we received. recorded the serial numbers and have run them through databases to ensure that they were not already previously reported as stolen. I can tell you that to date, we have not received any information that the firearms that were provided to us were stolen or used in a crime.
Good.
Approximately 30 of those firearms were immediately set aside for destruction because they did not have a serial number. It was not required by gun manufacturers for them to place serial numbers on firearms until the mid-1960s. So if you can imagine, we had some firearms that predated that. So once we've identified all the firearms that can be discarded, they are actually taken and melted down. They're destroyed, never to be seen again, never to be used again. And our commitment, again, is to do this annually. And we're very grateful that there were members of the community that, despite the lack of gift cards that we had already provided, when we had none left, they still wanted to relinquish their firearms. They no longer. We take that as a commendation of our community outreach, and it removes the ability for somebody to use that firearm potentially in a domestic violence scenario or even in a mental health crisis. So we're very thankful for the 133 that we received and are looking forward to the many more that we do.
Do you have any statistics on people purchasing guns in our city?
Purchasing in what regard, Commissioner?
Just weapons, you know, I mean, it's anyone can buy a gun.
Is there a voluntary registration process?
None?
No, regrettably with firearms, unlike a boat or a car or a motorcycle, there's no universal registration. So it can be a personal hand-to-hand transaction where I no longer want mine and you would like to acquire it. The only identification occurs from the original point of sale. So whoever the legitimate business is that puts that firearm into the marketplace, that's where the original record is maintained.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
Do we have funds that we're allocating to continue this process, or was this a grant?
We actually use funding from our law enforcement trust fund, and we have another request that we are preparing for you to vote on to use those same resources. So funds that have been forfeited through criminal investigations are what funded this initiative.
I like that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any other questions for the police department?
Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to say thank you, Deputy Chief, considering I got the call yesterday, as you did, that Chief Gregory is feeling very, very poorly, and she was on for this morning. So for less than 24 hours opportunity to prep for it, you did an outstanding job. Thanks.
Thank
You did.
Madam
Do
City
you
Manager.
expect anything less from
No,
Chief
of course
Snow?
not, but I want to
Maybe
recognize
it's Chief
it.
Snow.
Thank you all for your compliments.
Chief.
Next, we have the fire department.
So be kind. Our new fire chief, well, your honeymoon's over, I think. So you're on your own, bud. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm good. I'm good. So do I have control of the? Okay.
We'll
Good
see.
evening.
We'll see.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners and staff and residents. As the city manager said, you know, this is my first bite of the apple with y'all, but I come here with experience doing municipal budgets for a number of years. Process has been very professional, and I'm quite proud to be a part of it. So the proposed budget is consolidating for the fire service. We had several different areas in the budget when I first got here, and I'm trying to consolidate it down to one fire rescue budget. Makes it much easier to manage instead of having all these subdivisions and the like. The other thing that occurred was we've done some reorganization citywide with the community standards section. So community standards went back into development services, and fire and life safety stayed in the fire department. So as you can see, there was a decrease in the amount of money that was budgeted from year over year of about 4.8%. And that's basically the highlight there. So we're looking at about a 7.7% increase and a 4.8% decrease, and then about a 0.1 decrease in the emergency management budget.
Chief,
Yes.
this isn't necessarily for you since I know you're still in your quote unquote honeymoon phase. This is probably for Lori. Can you just refresh my memory why we moved community standards over to fire and why now we're moving it back or away?
I think when Chief Joseph was here and we were really thinking there was a lot of similarities in the inspection side between fire and life safety and code enforcement or community standards. I think what we realized was the separation with community standards is located in City Hall. Fire life safety is at the firehouse. Management, supervision, and really giving them I think the attention and the management just really turned out to be not, I don't think very practical. Right now they're housed right in with where the development offices are on the 3rd floor. Adam is the development director who was initially the community standards director, and they work very closely. And then we have just our one fire inspector that does the plans review and stuff comes over to City Hall. And I just think it's a more natural setup for them to be managed, and it's been working very well. I think it has been that way probably in practice for the last year over in development, but we physically moved the budgets it's been since the last budget.
Yes.
And then now we're just physically moving the funding over, but in practice they've been under really mostly Adam's supervision in the development area. I mean, he was a community standards director first, obviously. Now he's been promoted. So it kind of happened naturally.
It's actually a common occurrence throughout most municipalities to do it that way. It doesn't mean that we don't still work together closely. And I will tell you that, development services and the fire service inspection department work closely together on everything. So there is a lot of still interaction with that. But it does make more sense because the role and responsibility of a community standards code enforcement officer is a little different than what a fire inspector does.
Agreed. And so the follow-up question to that is I remember the conversation that we had a couple of years back about community standards and the issues that we were having there, which is probably, I think, one of the reasons why we did move it over to fire. Have we seen improvements in the department? Have we seen improvements in I know we changed a lot of LDR, we changed a lot of different things to help make their jobs better and easier, and also help make it more accommodating for the public. Have we seen those improvements that we intended to see? Absolutely.
One, you have a division, and I'm sure Adam can talk to it when he does his development review. Just from a morale perspective, and performance perspective, they're happier employees. We don't have nearly the personnel issues. We created implemented a career path. So they have opportunities. You can come in at a level 1, grow to a 2, a community standard specialist 1, 2, and 3. Then you can reach into outreach coordinators. So we've provided opportunities for them to take some interest in their own growth in the organization. And I can't do it justice, but when Adam comes up, I'd love for him to kind of share with you some of the successes, because I think there's been 100% turnaround.
Did you want to say something, Andrew?
Just that when they did do the reorg with fire, there was a lot of different changes that we made that have bared fruit as part of that reorg. As Lori mentioned, the outreach coordinators and then the proactive approach in the community. So again, we can let Adam speak to it, but they've done an amazing job turning it around.
Okay, I'd like to hear more when Adam speaks on it. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome. So some of the highlighted changes, the 7.7% increase deals with the fact that fire and life safety was outside of the fire department budget before. So that's certainly a lion's share of the increase, is bringing all of those 8 employees in under the fire department budget specifically. The second one is the increase in personnel costs based on the collective bargaining agreements, the pension requirements, and the insurance. Every year, obviously, things have become more expensive. We have life cycles of equipment that time out. So that's what the 265,837 reflects as our operating expenses for personal protective equipment, SCBA. And certainly I would like to talk a little bit more about the wellness program. You know, the mental health aspects of fire rescue and law enforcement and EMS are very important, and the focus on them has become greater. And I'll speak to Commissioner Persinga's information and talk about the overtime a little bit too, but that's something that we pay very careful attention to, and it's near and dear to all of us, and I'll leave it at that for now. The last thing is the capital outlay, firefighting equipment and the vehicle pre-funding. Anything that has fire rescue associated with it tends to have a significant increase over buying it somewhere else, has been my experience in my time in the fire service. So that's what that reflects. As I said earlier, there's no personnel costs associated with emergency management. It's an added value benefit of the department. I'm your emergency manager. I also have additional staff that flies into action during the time when we have to activate and make some decisions. So basically that's what we've got.
I like how we're saving $28.
28. We do that.
0.1%.
Yes.
But it's a decrease.
So the proposed reorganization of the fire department, I've been here a little over 6 months now. My initial walking around tour put me in a place where I was looking for efficiencies and, you know, staffing levels and things like that. Prior to me getting here, apparently there were multiple deputy chief positions. We don't need multiple deputy chief positions, so I was able to eliminate that position. I had an unfilled administrative assistant that had been vacant for quite some time. We eliminated that. Reclassed an administrative supervisor to a performance manager. So that performance manager is going to be dealing with not only accreditation, but in the fire service, we use a lot of performance metrics, very similar to what the law enforcement folks were talking about with real-time crime data and that type of thing. Performance metrics are very important to let us know that our investment is being spent in the right place and resulting in the outcomes that we're searching for. So we're going to be building for those performance metrics, which I can assure you are going to give us better information about our investment in our community and where we're going. We're adding 1 lieutenant as the proposal, and adding 3 firefighters and reclassing 3 EMS captains to battalion chief positions. The net cost for all of that with the vacancy eliminations and the reclass and the adding positions is $95,299. Pretty proud of that, because one of the things that I did as a municipal finance person is we're always looking at how do we build for efficiency. And while the fire service is important and law enforcement is important, Parks and Rec and everybody, we all have to look at those budgets and make sure that we comb through and do all the efficiencies we can within our budget. So I feel like our staff really did look at this pragmatically and came up with some really good strategies to spend the least amount of dollars and get the maximum amount of benefit. So,
Chief,
yes.
so now I like to see visuals. So what's the hierarchical breakdown now? Is it, what does it look like?
I can provide that for you if you don't mind, but I can't do it right now.
He had 3 org charts in his presentations and I took them all out. So I'm sorry.
I will show them to you if that's okay tomorrow, or I can email them.
It was way too much. So
Yeah, I can email them of this is what it looks like today. This is what it would look like going forward. But I did do a visual of that, and hopefully that will.
You did your job.
He did.
She did as
Hey,
well.
it wasn't
She
just
did
me,
as
it
well.
was the budget team.
Yeah,
We
she did as
agreed.
well.
We all get to.
Because it requires a little bit of explanation is the other part. Graphic represents a whole lot of words for us that we don't have to write paragraphs for. However, it does require some explanation. So I agree with her 100% that it was busy and it may have been confusing. So
Thank you,
that's
Commissioner Romulus. I'll never live this down.
yes, you will.
Chief,
Yes.
Could you at this time say who would be in charge if for sake something happens? Who would be the next one in line to fill your spot?
For me,
Yeah.
my deputy
Or
chief,
is that-
the gentleman sitting right behind me.
Okay.
And that's the other part is, I build for resilience walking in the door. Bad things happen to all of us all the time, but the operation still continues to go on, no different than Chief Snow stepping up here and filling in for Chief Gregory. So we build for that resilience because that's how we're successful.
And our deputy chief comes to us with, I don't want to.
40 years of
I was
experience.
afraid to say 40. I didn't want to do that. I was going to say 30, but yes, it's good. long
And we have
tenure
an
out of
excellent
Miami.
working team. I'm going to tell you, I've been blessed to kind of take over as a coach for a team that was already seeded. That is one of the best I've been around. And I don't say that lightly. I've had a great deal of experience in my short career, but there are some really great people here in Boynton, and we have a good team. So I'll leave it at that.
Great.
Impact and highlights. So you heard me mention about international accreditation. One of the things that I think we're missing from the operation is a foundational point, and that's what accreditation does for us. Is accreditation isn't checking boxes and getting to an end. It is a continuous process of striving for excellence and employing best practices and measuring ourselves against what others have done. So it gives us a dynamic that maybe we take for granted sometimes because we go and do our thing and we never pay attention to that. So accreditation is where we're going to be heading. Can't snap my fingers and do that. That's a long process, but it's well worth it in the end. The other part of that is we use a lot of data analysis to get there. So you will be inundated with information. City manager's office will be inundated with information. But when we go to explain operational necessity and why we need what we need, we can do it with evidence-based information instead of burning babies theory or broken window syndrome. Those things will lose their effectiveness, but this will allow us to actually justify and explain in sensible terms going forward. One of the things that I've done in the 6 months I've been here is, and the city manager and I have had multiple discussions about this. I'm going to talk about your request about the overtime right now. Efficiencies in operation. So to go deeper than Chief Snow did, every one of the 24-hour a day, 365-day a year positions require a full-time equivalency of 8,760 hours. Now, most employees on a 40-hour work week work 2,080. So if you use that metric, you would need 4.2 people to fill the positions. Generally, it would be 4 people, and 20% of that time would be filled with overtime. What that doesn't take into consideration is leave liability, vacancy rate, and necessary overtime for special projects, let's say. So those are some of the things that I've been talking to the city manager about, and I've got a pretty dynamic metric that I record every day, our full-time equivalencies and our vacancy rates based on leaves and things like that. So it gives us an ability to make some thoughtful managerial decisions and to plan out for the future. So I hope I answered your question. The overtime is necessary. In our last year, we've done vaccination clinics. We've done some special events as well that has driven up the overtime. My goal is to certainly suppress that, but at the same time, paying overtime over having additional staffing is cheaper in the long run, as long as I'm not overworking employees and putting them in compromise.
Which was my concern.
And I agree with you 100%. Yep.
And we are seeking, with all the vaccine related stuff, we're going to be getting,
Reimbursed.
seeking FEMA reimbursement. And then if whatever doesn't fall out there, then we can do ARPA.
We'll go the other way.
We've received a fire grant already
Yes.
for our PPE.
Yes.
So. that'll-
Chief,
Yes.
if I may,
Yes.
I see the department requested overtime budget, and it is 1.5, which is triple of what it was before.
It's probably what will be spent this year though. And that's the one thing I will say
So is it mainly because of COVID, or what do you foresee is the reason?
There's many different pots that go into that. And part of it is a vacancy rate, the speed at which we are able to fill a vacancy, the speed at which we're able to, I can hire somebody quickly, but they don't become part of effective staffing until they're oriented and onboarded and all those things. So I say all that to say, we have X amount of people on daily. We have X amount of vacancies based on leave or injury, illness, those types of things. And there's a gap there, and that overtime fills that gap. So our trend for time before I was here is this. What I can promise you is I'm a performance manager when it comes to those things though, and I'm looking for where we're hemorrhaging overtime, and that the city manager can confirm that for you. I'm talking to her daily about, okay, this is where we're at, this is why, this is what's happening. So there's constant feedback in that loop. But it's not just one thing. COVID did contribute, but it's not the only thing. And I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, Chief.
Yes. The other thing of the reorganization is improving the span of control for supervision, making sure that we have right size there. When you exceed your span of control, you make a dangerous situation. So that's where I went with creating the positions and kind of defining reporting relationships, if you will, to speak to Commissioner Romulus's point about the org chart. I went through with a fine tooth comb, figuring out who reports to who and working relationships, so it made sense. And there's a adequate span of control and consistency in command and control.
And we'll provide that tomorrow.
Yes.
Get it to you.
I'll get it to you in the morning. The fire and life safety, fire prevention, customer focused service improved. We're moving down that road. And there's some efficiencies and improvements occurring in fire prevention with me being able to bring them back under directly the fire department and have that direct interaction. Because there was some disconnect with how they were under community standards before. So some of the accomplishments from the last year, and certainly I wasn't here for a majority of them, but they were underway as budget projects. We have spec'd out a fire engine. It's on order and we're waiting for that. We've spec'd out 2 rescue vehicles. They're on order to be delivered. We have the Zoll cardiac monitors that have been grant funded and put on vehicles. We are in the process of speccing out our brush firefighting vehicle with that. The replacement of 47 sets of structural fire personal protective equipment and 30 computer tablets. The computer tablets were also a grant funded opportunity. Our goals. We're going to evaluate and pursue Fire Rescue International accreditation. I'll probably give you a 50,000 foot view at some point of what that looks like and what that means to the city. It's quite an honor to actually get through that process, and it validates you from an external source as opposed to your fire chief sitting up here telling you what a great fire department we have. I get validation from a peer group that does a very thorough review, and it's quite intensive. The other, yes.
Is that something we've never had?
That's something we've never had here.
Okay.
Some of our neighbors in Palm Beach County do. We're gonna strive for that. The other thing is the Insurance Services Office Public Protection Classification. So people's insurance rates and premiums are based on what that ranking and rating is in a lot of instances as underwriting. So our opportunity to dovetail accreditation and those two things together will benefit our business community. And, you know, to speak to your point earlier about how do we get businesses to come here, when you tell them that, you know, you are well protected and your insurance premiums are going to be low because you have the greatest fire department in the area, that's a huge selling point. So those are the things that we look at when we do those address.
Chief.
Yes.
I would like to know, in addition to telling business owners, what that we could help decrease rates, what else does the international accreditation do for us as an agency, as a city?
So it basically says we do what we say we do, and we're held to that standard on a continuous basis. Because sometimes it's a recency thing, if that makes sense, where, hey, we did a great job on this, but maybe not on this next thing. You're held to that standard forevermore. So the good news about accreditation is you go through an intensive process, you're reviewed by a peer group, and they award you accreditation. But it doesn't stop there. You have to submit an annual compliance report, and you have to continue to meet your performance metrics that you're evaluated on. So it gives the public a good snapshot of the investment of public dollars into the service that we provide. And in my opinion, it's the model for the fire service in the world.
Are there any tangibles for what this accreditation gives us?
The answer is no. There's nothing that you can put your finger on, and say, we're going to have a reduced rate of this or reduced rate of that. Because the commission accreditation and the public protection classification are so closely related, there's a bridge program for them. The direct result is it affects insurance premiums. It affects how your community is defined as safe. And, is that tangible? I don't know. Can you put your finger on it? It's kind of squirrely to do that, is my opinion.
But it's the creme de la creme of operational excellence.
Yes.
Our police department is accredited, and maintain that accreditation with extremely difficult standards to meet. They're not simple, oh, this is just the NFPA standard.
Yeah. It's not a checkbox.
It's excellence in standards. Maintained that throughout living in a warehouse for a year with the management of our evidence, our crime scene processing. I mean, all those things get measured, and they did an outstanding job. We received the Excelsior, which is, multiple years of retaining your accreditation, because you have a team come out every 2 or 3 years, you go through the rigor, then they come back and you have to get reaccredited. And it's probably
every 5. Ours is every 5. Ours is 5.
3 years and then I have recreation, where our recreation and parks is accredited. So it's been my dream since I got here to see our fire department get accredited. And one of the first things we talked about in the interviews with the chief was, accreditation. It's not easy. It's going to cost us some money. It's going to take a few years.
Yes.
And a big change, but it makes you drill down into the very nitty gritty of everything you do and how you do it, how you spend your money, how you deploy your resources, how you communicate and engage your community. I mean, it's all encompassing, and I'd be happy to share with all of you I had asked the chief to send me what the accreditation package looks like, all the standards, and it's a challenge.
I can give you a quick summary if you
Yeah.
want. And there's basically 3 components. There's a community-driven strategic plan that's required of the agency that dovetails with the city's strategic plan. There's a standard of cover community risk assessment that's conducted. And basically what that says is where our stations are, the number of people we have on apparatus, the number of apparatus addresses the risk contained within the community. So it means that we were thoughtful in our planning process. The final thing is the self-assessment manual. And what that is it's multiple chapters of specific areas of fire rescue operations and administration and budget and facilities and apparatus that says you're doing these things consistently. You're planning ahead. You're doing what you're supposed to.
So I think in you listing those things out, you've helped me understand what the tangibles are. 'Cause that's what I was
Exactly. There's
listening
tangible for sure.
That's what I was listening for. The fact that this puts
Saving
us
money.
it's not just a gold star,
No.
but it's way, way more
There's
than that.
substance.
And it gives us a 3, 5, even potentially more multiple year lookout on our department and its effectiveness for our citizens and our residents. So when we say we're going to charge $120 fire assessment fee, there's a justifiable reason.
Right. This is what we do with that $120, and this is what the plan is.
Thank you, Chief.
And hopefully a safer operation from an
Yes.
employee perspective, a morale perspective, but it's efficiencies in operation and
Yes.
fine tuning all of those procedures to know that you're operating at the best you can. And that keeps people from getting hurt, leaving us. Not that we don't have a high attrition in fire, but those are tangibles too, and cost savings.
Okay, thank you.
Chief,
Yes.
would I be correct in using the analogy of, say, for example, me going to college for an engineering degree, master's degree, versus taking that, getting that degree from accredited university versus a college or something that, a university that's not accredited?
Yes.
So this will allow, we become sort of a model, which gives us more leverage when you talk or we talk, because we are accredited in that area versus being non-accredited.
Yes,
That-
you're held to, as the city manager said earlier, it's the gold standard.
Right.
Very similar to professional designation or board certification for doctors, lawyers,
Exactly.
and that type of thing. So
Right.
I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Malcolm Baldrige Award, but it's very similar to being held to that type of a standard.
Yeah.
So also, we're striving for improving data collection and management, the metrics. My deputy chief is probably sick to death of hearing about performance metrics from me since I've been here. But those are some of the things that we're putting into place to be able to kind of tell the story, and everybody will be on the same page. And that's the good thing. And as we said earlier, we're continuing to support through wellness programming. And I will answer any questions you all may have of me.
Well, thank you, Chief. One of my questions is like, can you give us a rundown of what would happen if, let's say there's an overdose in a motel? How would it go from dispatch to our fire department? How would our fire rescue go to that motel? And what are the next steps?
So we're dispatched by the police department. 911 call comes into the dispatch center. They determine who's supposed to go and why. They do an EMD response, emergency medical dispatch, and they prioritize what that call is. Depending on the level of the call determines what units will go to that call, or if, for example, the rescue unit may not be available, we may respond an engine immediately to intervene on an ALS level, having a rescue come from a further distance. That's basically how the call comes in, no different than a fire call. Whenever that call hits the comm center, they go through their matrix of GIS location and who's supposed to go and where they're supposed to go and those types of things. One of the difficulties we have in some instances is cell towers. When cell towers hit, they may end up going to a different public safety answering point, other jurisdictional boundaries that are close to us. So it may kind of slow that process down. So I hope I answered your question.
That answers my question. I guess then the next step is that once the fire rescue gets there, the protocols. So this past year, I have received a couple calls of parents whose children have passed away from overdose. And so that's kind of where I'm trying to get the information for them. It's that, do we put all, even if the person is considered not breathing and no pulse, do we still, do what we can to try to get a pulse back? Or is it something that we say dead on arrival?
The answer is we put forth effort if the patient is viable.
Okay.
And through our medical evaluation of our responding personnel, they determine whether the patient is viable or not. How long have they been down? How long have they been pulseless and breathless? Those are things that are really important. Is there rigor mortis setting in or things like that? Because that means somebody's been down for a long period of time. That's where the determination comes into play that, this is a code that we would not work.
Okay.
So, and that's a protocol issue, but it's also a judgment call on a paramedic's part as they're the one making the call and decision. So.
Okay. And now my other question would be is the equipment. As you mentioned, the cell phone tower, the computer tablets, are the tablets equipped with the data service so that they're automatically connected to the server? Or is this something where we have tablets? How do the tablets connect to each other?
We're having some technological difficulties right now with mesh network and connectivity. And in turn, that creates some problems with the reporting process. So I think through the ARP funding, that's some of the stuff that I've talked about for having a mesh network that you have connectivity all over.
And then
Yes, they use a wireless signal, a Wi-Fi signal, basically, or a cellular signal.
Okay.
But as some of you may know, there's some places that there are dead spots in the city where your cell phone may not work, or, you know, you may not get a signal. So
okay,
that's the best I can tell you right now is that's been a challenge since I came here, to listen to some of the crews that say, you know, we drop information because the computer won't connect or what have you. So we're working through that right now. Whether the current record and reporting system can do what needs to be done, or we're going to have to go a different direction, is still to be determined.
Okay, so, you know, the issue then is that we are no longer paper and pen.
No. Now, we could be, if we had a technological failure, we can certainly go back to paper and pen. And I hate to say this, I'm old, but, you know, paper and pen never let me down. Every time I ever wrote a report, I could find it again. We've had computers for a number of years, and we've come to rely on them, and sometimes they're not reliable. And that happens sometimes. I mean, as evidenced by what just happened in here when we started the meeting, and connectivity and that kind of thing. So.
Okay, and so we do have the redundancies. Let's say the computers aren't working.
Then you'll see us right on our glove. You'll see us right on a little pad of paper. I'm serious. So that's how we keep track of things,
Okay,
and then
so-
go back and fill out the report at the station.
So yeah, I want to make sure that, you know, all of our equipment has that paper and pen so that we don't have to write on our gloves.
Yeah.
And that, you know, I was glad to see that, you know, the PPE equipment, we still have plenty.
Yes.
And just to have, so all the firefighters have the ability to wear the mask whenever, you know, for each individual call, because it's something that we understand with our police chief. You know, he got sick. Hopefully it's not COVID, but, you know, there's still other diseases that can put us out of commission very quickly. And that's kind of, you know, whatever we can do to make sure that our firefighters have the best equipment and are stay equipped is something that please don't hesitate to ask.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anything else?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the stash standard issue for all fire chiefs?
No, it's not. My wife won't let me shave it off though, so I apologize for that.
Hey, Chief, I do have just a curiosity. You mentioned a fire engine for $707,000. Is that just an average engine?
That's pretty much average price going now, somewhere between $600,000 and $700,000.
That's not a ladder either, is it?
No, a ladder's
Wait till you see the
a ladder's $1
Okay.
million to $1.2 million
Come
to
on, guys.
start. So,
Aren't we doing?
and it's what I said earlier to you all. Every time they attach fire rescue to anything, consider the price point to be.
Market 8%.
Yeah,
But you know
that's-
what we do that the city instituted a long time ago, and I credit Jeff Livergood and Kurt Bresner for it. They started a pre-funding program. So that number you saw on the that we pre-fund and put in everybody's budget every year what we know we're going to be needing in the future to be able to pay for that as we go. So in 2 years, we know we have a ladder we're going to be needing. It's going to be $1.2 million.
And let me brag on that for a minute as a person that's worked at other
Most
places.
cities don't.
Planned obsolescence is something that we have to plan for. Nothing lasts forever, as we know in our personal lives. So when you buy a car, you know it's only going to last for X amount of miles and X amount of years before you're needing to look for something else. The city has taken a very thoughtful approach to that in pre-funding these things with a service life expectancy. And it doesn't mean we couldn't have some catastrophic failure that puts us in a different place. But the city has done such a really, really good job. And I didn't know where it came from, but
Yeah,
it's
it predates me, but it's wonderful. So they're not coming to me in one budget year saying, oh, we need 1.5 million for 2 trucks. I'm like, you know.
or we're going to go replace everything in the
Fund it.
fleet.
Right.
So it's really a thoughtful program, and you know, thank you for that forward thinking, because that doesn't happen all the time in municipalities. So you're doing a lot of things right here in Boynton, and I'm proud to be here. So thank you for that.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a general question. I'm not sure if it's for the chief or for management. There's a section in the budget that is categorized as emergency management.
Right.
And I couldn't help but to notice that there was so little devoted to that. There's 33,000 approximately. I was wondering if somebody could explain to me what's the intent here and why that ballpark. I just want to make sure that we're properly funded for emergency cases.
That's just basically the skeleton budget of the equipment in our EOC. So
EOCs,
it's
okay.
literally just in these EOC. I mean, we have like weather stations and I don't even know what all's in there. It's no
Well, there's
personnel. We have some
computers and things like that. The
Yeah.
personnel are us. We
So-
double duty as emergency
Right.
management. As I said to you, I'm your emergency
Right.
manager. If we had a
if we
tropical
activate.
cyclone coming this way, you'll see me become the emergency manager and no longer the fire chief, but dual duty. So that's basically what you're seeing. I believe that the funding level is appropriate for what we're doing and what we do. There isn't a need to put additional funding there.
Okay. So this is basically EOC funding.
Literally
Got
just
it.
to activate the EOC, and it's just very basic supplies and equipment.
Did
Great.
we remember to account for the mayor's brownies in there?
Oh, no, those are free. He brings us special brownies every year. And now you've got to keep doing it even when you're out.
You gotta keep it going.
We know where you live.
Was that public news, Lori?
It is now.
Oh,
It is
yeah. And they're good.
Anything else?
That's it for me.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
So Mayor, we neglected to type on the sheet was our development department. I'm sorry, but they do, Adam has a presentation. We just missed it on the agenda.
Okay.
So
So
want to
we'll
bring
put
development
him
up,
in. Yeah.
or as a follow, he can follow up
Yeah.
with the community standards.
It's on the budget has him coming up next.
Is it, see, it's not on my agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we missed it on just.
Go Canes.
He said it.
Yes, Commissioner, go Kings. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Adam, sorry to interrupt you for a second. Are these things outlets over here on the ground?
Do not open it. You need that? You need to know?
Yeah, I need an outlet.
Would you like one?
Yeah.
Not. I was to switch. But I don't know if it's, no, it's not that it's too far. It's,
I think Daryl's getting something. Hang on. He's probably saying, please don't plug anything more into it. It's going to blow the whole thing.
Thank you.
all right.
Good
Thank you.
evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Commission, city staff, members of the public. Adam Temple, and I'm your Director of Development Services. All right, so our proposed budget, you may have some sticker shock on some of these increases, but as we get through the presentation, I'll try to elaborate on them. For those members of the public that aren't familiar with development services, we have development administration, building division, community standards division, and planning and zoning. The total proposed budget of $6,383,640. Some of the highlighted changes, development services saw an increase. However, due to a mid-year budget amendment creating a special revenue fund pursuant to some state legislative changes, those are reflected in new accounts, and those are wages that are reallocated to the building fund. The building division represents a 10% increase. Again, wages reallocated from development administrative placed into the building fund. Also, our contractual services have increased to reflect more accurate representation of our annual expenses. And those contractual services represent our supplemental plan review and building inspections. Also, software maintenance due to our recent implementation of our new e-permitting software. Community standards, as I mentioned earlier, shows 100% increase. Again, these accounts are brand new. It's being moved over from fire department to the development department. So technically it's 100% increase, but not in actuality. Planning and zoning, 14% increase. Some of the highlighted request is a new Griddick software, which provides remote data access and streamlines zoning management for staff and citizens. This program equally benefits members of the public as it does staff. Somebody in the business community could very quickly access this portal. It's use-based. They could figure out based on their square footage and their needs where they would potentially relocate their business. Same with development activity. It also includes an e-permitting tile in our SAGES software platform so that we can bring in all of our planning and zoning functions in an electronic platform. Some of our successes, it's been a very challenging year for us as well as it's been for everybody else. Our SAGES e-permitting software implementation that we went through our phase 1 a few months ago. It's been very, very successful so far. We're still right now going through our phase 2 implementation, which will include our mobile inspections as well. We've implemented a new uniform policy and uniforms for our customer service staff and our permitting department. We've also developed project online interactive maps with coordination from our GIS team. This is a tool, a development tool for members of the public to see what projects have been approved, what are pending, what are under construction currently, and it's currently on our website. New monitoring and phone management software that's been implemented within the building division helps us manage and staff our phone systems accordingly based on fluctuations throughout the time of the day, so we could pull personnel on and off the phones depending on what the volume is. Complete Streets and Mobility Plan and Technical Report, which creates our 20-year vision for mobility. Engineering staff along with our planning staff have done a tremendous amount of work in this regards, and I know that we'll be speaking with all of you very shortly on this. Full continuation of services during COVID-19. Our department was impacted quite significantly during COVID-19. We had to quickly transition from a paper majority permitting agency to a fragmented electronic permitting system. Our staffing, we experienced quite a bit of staffing shortage during COVID-19 as well. Challenges and initiatives. Some of the challenges that we've faced and continue to face are preemptive legislative changes in Tallahassee. We are in the business of enforcement and regulatory functions, so we're a highly regulated industry. A lot of the legislative changes that have been taking place very much impact our land development regulations, as well as our building department. Industry shortage of technical building division personnel. This is not something that we're the only ones dealing with. Most building agencies throughout the state are competing for highly technical and qualified individuals that are also in a very busy construction industry. Adapting to remote service delivery during COVID-19. Some of the initiatives that our budget includes are mobility plan and attainable housing policy implementation, internship program for our building inspectors and plans examiners, outreach. We're going to be planning to do some permitting workshops. We had our first one when we implemented our SAGES e-permitting, but we have many more coming along in the pipeline. We've also been doing street cleanups and property cleanups. Community standards staff has been cleaning up various streets on Fridays, picking up loose trash and litter in various parts of the city.
I have two questions. Number one, can you explain what the internship program is and who we're partnering or reaching out to do this? And number two, what are these permitting workshops? Are they staff
Yes.
centered or are they public centered?
So these are going to be geared for the public and people in the construction industry as well. So they will rotate. It's not going to be anything is set, but it could be a different change in the building, changes in the building code that we want to get the message out to architects and engineers or contractors. There could be homeowners that are having difficulties obtaining specific types of permits, and we'll have a workshop dedicated to that. So the topics are going to be initiated by our staff, the people on the front line, and they'll be coming up with the topics and hosting workshops that are interactive with members of the public.
Might I suggest that we also focus on frequently requested topics like fence permits and pool permits, things that, you know, we see a lot coming from the public that maybe they don't understand the ins and outs, and it would be just smart to educate them on.
Thank you for that. That reminds me that we have also been discussing creating in-house videos. So when we went live with SagesGov, for example, before we went live, we prepared and produced our own videos for the customers that they could watch in advance of our e-permitting. And so for those types of topics that you mentioned, we have discussed creating videos that we could place on our webpage, how-to videos for the specific issues that you mentioned. But we could also certainly have workshops where it's more interactive with the customers as well.
And the tag on that I would add to those videos that you make them is to do them in other languages as well, Spanish, Creole, preferably. Please, and thank you. And then can you talk about the internship program?
Sure. So thank you for asking about it. The internship program, so a few years ago, the state of Florida, as I've said, the building division personnel has been a very difficult field to recruit for. So the legislature approved an internship program. Each building department has to receive state approval for their internship program. We have state approval for an internship program. So we are looking to start bringing in folks from trade schools, kids out of high school, bringing them in an internship program where they have to stay on the job. It's a pretty rigorous process where they have to go through different checklists. And in a 2-year period, more or less, somebody could be a state licensed building inspector, for example.
Can you please share that internship program qualifications and outcomes and all that with me, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the biggest struggles that we've had that the industry's having, and it's good to see that the legislature finally addressed it because it's all legislatively controlled, but it's it's tough, just like water treatment plant operators. You have to have thousands of hours under your belt in training before you can actually become licensed. So how do these people get the 2,000 hours you need to have at a plant before you can even sit for the test? So we've created in utilities as well. We have water plant operator trainee positions. So we'll bring you in as an employee and you sit and you're going to get your 2,000 hours and then you can go get, take the tests. And the same thing in the building inspection world. Is people aren't, it's very, very difficult to get your certificates. So they're now and before they couldn't operate under somebody like they couldn't come in as a trainee, I think, and those hours didn't count. Right. Now I think they're going to count, right?
They will.
So doing it before did not go toward any individual getting the hours they need training before they can become and take the inspector's test. Now those hours will be recognized as a trainee, and that's the difference. So we can bring them in and grow our own, but.
So I'm gonna hop on a soapbox for just a second, and this is the thing that irks me about government in general. It's that we always wait for the problem to present itself for us to finally create a solution. And I'm not saying in general that this is how everybody works, but it just feels like this is always the case. Yeah. And so, we wait until we have a crisis, literally, of planners and different people where, permits aren't going through, things aren't happening for us to finally say, okay, let's open the doors to allow more people in. So are there any places, and this does not have to be answered now, I think this is just more of a long-term planning. And so are there other places that we can identify that we have bottleneck issues happening that we can say, let's do something different than what's normally been done in order to kind of preempt and resolve some of this. And I know part of it may be that we're preempted by legislature or whatever, but we have to be innovative. We call ourselves an innovative city. Like, I think this is just part of it, where we need to learn from these things and not wait for Tallahassee to finally say, okay, fine, we see the problem here, open the doors. What can we do? And again, this is just more of a hypothetical. We don't need to answer it right now. I don't need necessarily like a result or you know, a solution. I'm just saying out loud, each department head I see all the department heads are sitting here, you know, like, what are the problems that are in your particular department that are causing issues, that are stopping the flow and causing governmental red tape and bureaucracy to keep happening? And what can we do to, down the line, prevent them and work with local associations, local nonprofits, local schools and whatnot to help alleviate some of these issues? So I'll get off my soapbox now. But I just wanted to say that it's always bothersome that we always have to fix the problem after. Let's preemptively look forward. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, before I switch to the next slide, as far as our outreach also, our outreach staff has been developing partnerships with local businesses. We are excited to announce that very shortly we will start our residential recognition program initiative from our community standards outreach personnel that want to recognize good examples of stewardship out in the community. And we're hoping to get some awards, and like I said, we're working with our local business community on this endeavor. Development of more robust performance metrics related to service delivery. Like my colleague before me, the fire chief, performance metrics are extremely important to me. Our building division and community standards divisions both already have performance metrics. As we continue to enhance our technology, we will continue to have more performance-based metrics, and we look forward to growing those. And with that, I just want to, that concludes my presentation, but I just wanted to, say a few words and thank the members of my staff. We're in a regulatory industry. We oftentimes you hear about it when we're not doing our, you hear a lot of complaints about building department, community standards, those types of things. But really, these are quiet professionals that do very important work. And their work often becomes, more highlighted, the importance of it when some tragedies occur, but they do exceptional work for the community, and I appreciate it all. And thank you all for my presentation.
I got some questions.
Okay.
All right. So one of the aspects of it is congratulations on being the new director of the building department. I know that there's like different associations for our city manager, for the clerk. Is there one for building directors?
There's a building officials association in Palm Beach County and the state of Florida.
Okay, and you're going to be part of that group as well?
I have been for years.
Okay, all right, wonderful. And the second thing is that I know that we spoke maybe a year or two ago regarding the liens that the city has. We have our lien reduction hearings. I'd like to see if we can't do something to see if there's anybody who wants to use the lien reduction process that hasn't done so. Because Jim, if I'm not mistaken, if we don't do something on a lien within 20 years, it goes away.
Correct.
And so something where we need to look at the liens that are somewhere between 10 to 20 years old to see what we really want to do with that as a commission. I'm not necessarily in favor of foreclosing on people's homes. Like I believe we started with a few commercial properties that seem abandoned, and it makes sense. But that's something where I'd like to see if we can't put out, whether it's first class mail, informing people of the lien reduction process, so that we can get that ball rolling and to see who's in compliant and who's continually not in compliant, for the commission to make a decision on properties that have hundreds, if not millions of dollars worth of liens and that are continuing running. So I'll ask the commission, is this something that you're in favor of having the building department try to inform the property owners of our lien reduction process.
Yes, Mayor, I would be in charge, I would be in favor of doing some type of outreach like that. And then, of course, giving the property owners as much information as possible to help them resolve these liens without us having to take any negative action on them.
So we currently do review our active lien lists on an annual basis, an ongoing basis, and those that are approaching the 20-year mark, we do send them letters, reminders, letting them know that, you know, you do have an active lien. There's a lien reduction process. So we already do that. Is that what you're?
Yeah, but I don't want to wait for the 20 years, because if they wait one more year.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we
It's
sent it earlier.
Perfect.
So I think anything after the 10-year mark. And I don't know how much it's going to cost us in mailings to put that out, but it's something where, you know, we don't have to give them the exact number, but we can give them the starting point and the amount per day and tell them how many days it's been since that day. You know, kind of simple mail merge is what I'm thinking.
Or utility bill inserts, like a general informational thing on, are you experiencing this? This is available to you.
So for example, it'd be Adam kind of developing a letter of our lien reduction process, and where, you know, from what unless the system has changed, it's in an Excel spreadsheet.
Our lien logs?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And so with that,
Just the lien log. People
you
on-
have the mail merge, so that you can just plug in the date the lien started, the amount per day, and then do something from the date the letter is sent to then. And if we want to calculate the lien, so that people understand what's going on with their property, because there may be a lot of property owners that don't realize that there is a lien on the property. And I'm sure you've had to deal with a few that they want to sell their house, and all of a sudden they have 30 days to do the lien reduction process, and that's not possible.
Very often.
I would add to that request that if we could possibly work with Eleanor to market it properly or present it properly, that way it kind of is a positive for the resident when they're receiving it, rather than them feeling like, oh no, I just got in trouble. I think that would also help with potentially getting more of them to be willing to comply and try to find ways to bring their home current and out of the lien process. So
Yeah, I would say kind of model it after the clerks or the state attorneys renewing, reinstating your driver's license programs that they have, I think, on an annual basis.
And, there's various options. We have, we're currently in the process right now of identifying all of our vacant lots that have lot mowing liens. We want to be able to present those on the webpage, not property owner names or anything like that. But, we want to encourage, folks out there that are interested in coming to the city. There's a ton of properties that we've been maintaining, the city's been maintaining for years and years. And so we're very much interested in getting property owners in here that want to take care of their properties as well. There's also lien amnesty programs, that we can discuss as well. There's various lien amnesty programs that are available that we could also implement.
yeah, I think we got, she's sitting in the audience there. Ms. Oyer sent something recently about something. I'll forward it to you. I don't know if you were copied on it, but something about how we can add like QR codes to different vacant properties that.
Yeah, I sent that to him. I think it's a great idea.
So
Yeah.
there's other things that we can
Right.
do to continue to market and get rid of vacant properties throughout, no, not get rid of, but move them. properly
Develop.
Market,
Yeah.
develop
Exactly.
vacant properties and not develop properties from the city. Are we done with this process? Can you kind of go into some of the things that I was asking earlier with our development, our community standards and some of the improvements that we've seen over the last few years?
Sure. I wish I could point my finger on any one particular thing that has changed things. I look back on my first couple of meetings when I became the community standards director, and I think the first meeting, it was maybe a dozen or so residents in there with poster boards and things like that. In community standards and building department, sometimes we gauge our improvement on the reduction in complaints that you receive. But I've certainly received far fewer complaints about our staff from members of the public, right? So, we've done a good job in recruiting some of the personnel that we have in community standards. I don't have the breakdown off the top of my head. 90% probably reside here in the city of Boynton Beach. Very diverse division of personnel. So we have people that care about the city very much. They're empathetic with a lot of the needs of the city. Some of the things that we've done is we've shortened our timeframes before we bring people to magistrate for being unresponsive to our staff, and we give more time to those that do work with us. Right, those are some of the things. We were one of the early entries into the My Civic deployment with solid waste at the time. Testing that out, and when that rolled out to the public, we were one of the first ones involved in that. Like I mentioned earlier, we do litter cleanups, things in the community to show that we are involved in the community, home cleanups as well. We've reviewed all of our old liens. We've made contact with a good amount of them over the last year or so. COVID-19 definitely slowed down a lot of the progress that we were making and some of the initiatives that we wanted to implement at the time. But we've reinitiated a lot of those already. The chronic nuisance program has been very successful for us. It's a team of diverse individual skill sets within the city, various departments. We've seen a lot of success on some problematic properties in the city and being able to see some good outcomes on some of those. We've been just being more accessible to the community. We've attended the Downtown Business Coalition meeting. We've presented there. We've done business over coffee to educate people. We've offered to be on radio stations or anything like that. We're more than amenable to be out there in the public discussing things. We've equipped all of our field personnel with laptops and printers, right? So they maximize their time being spent out in the field, being proactive with their work. We have two supervisors within the unit now, one that supervises our administrative staff and one that's able to focus more on field related issues and able to assist resolutions, with members of the public and our staff. That's been a big help. Those are just a couple of things that I wrote down when I heard you ask the question, but it's a wide variety of things. I think that the team has really is committed to customer service and service delivery to the community and just improving the community, and they just do really a fantastic job every single day.
I hear you on that, and I appreciate that, and I can say I'm a witness to that, being that I've personally witnessed you guys coming to like a couple of my neighbors' homes when there have been issues, and your promptness in responding when I send a message or an email asking you to assist a resident with a community standard issue. So thank you and your staff for that. What I would simply add is, or it's more of a question, is the community standards division fully staffed?
No, the community standards staff is not current. We're about to recruit for a community standards specialist.
Is that the only vacant position?
In my former position.
The director's position's posted.
Right.
Okay. So we're recruiting, they're budgeted, they're going to be.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the specialist is being filled.
Right. And and my previous position I believe are interviews next week.
Thank you very much.
And, the group has gotten pretty tight. I mean, close as a department. And I've never seen that before. And I credit your leadership and caring about them, and they know that, and they work together to solve problems. And it isn't, the dictator boss.
Right.
They really do work. I've never seen that in the 13 years I've worked here. So
Yeah, they
that
were,
in and of itself just makes them all that much more productive and happy employees to want to work.
right. Yeah, I tell the community standard staff, often they, a couple of things could happen when I walked in the door, but they were supportive from day one. They were here for the right reasons. They understand the vision of what we're here for. We're here to help people. We're not here to hurt people. And we're here to improve the community. And all of them, I believe, embody that and doing just a great job every single day with very little recognition.
And if they don't, there's accountability and you're coached in or you're coached out.
Right.
But that is happening as well. It's managing the personnel.
Right.
And he's done an outstanding job with it.
Well, let's change that, because I heard the last point that you made before Lori jumped in, that you said with very little thank you or very little attention or awareness brought to it. So I think it's due time that we thank our community services department, our community standards department, because when I came in nearly 6 years ago, this was one of our, pardon the language, shit show departments. It was bad, and it reflected in the city as well, in addition to, the actual department itself in-house. So I can see that the changes have been made. I can see that the improvements are continuing to be made. And so I want to make sure that we commend them for that work. So city manager, please.
We do internally.
Send them their
We do.
flowers.
We'll find out if there's a community standards recognition month and we can have a proclamation.
Send them
There was
flowers.
one in June and we celebrated it.
Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. So, let's continue that track record. I'm happy to hear that this department is fully staffed, because I think outside of our police department, they are one of the most public facing departments as well, that we have within the city. And so when you're dealing with people in their homes and getting fines and liens and things like that, it can get very touchy. So we need to have a staff that is good at what they do. And the fact that you walk with that mindset of we're here to help, not penalize or hurt, I think that sets the whole messaging for what the rest of the department does. So thank you for your leadership on that. And I look forward to continuing to have a great department over there.
Thank you. I'll extend that to our staff. I appreciate it.
Please do.
All right. Okay. Anyone else from the commission? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Adam.
Thank you, guys.
Next, we will move on to recreation.
They're going to be shorter, quicker presentations. No, not that the others were long, but I know from a time perspective, they're abbreviated.
Okay, good.
I mean, I'm sure I'm part of the problem, but I feel like this is definitely needed to ask some of these questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director. I'm here tonight to present on the Recreation and Parks Department of Fiscal Year 21-22 Department Budget. As you can see, the Recreation and Parks Department has two funds. We have a general fund and we also have a program revenue fund. This year, or going into next fiscal year, you will see in our general fund, we're proposing a 4.8% increase. And in our program revenue fund, we are proposing a 22% increase. And some of the highlights, as far as the recreation general fund and the increase that's being requested, the increase is due to increased usage of the Arts and Cultural Center, which is for the electric, the water, and the district energy. Again, from this year to next year, we will definitely see an increase, and we've seen to get a better handle on what the actual costs for those services will be now that the Arts and Cultural Center is fully open and operational. Also, one of the reason for the increase is the operating cost for the Boynton Beach Women's Club, which the city acquired mid-year this year. So the Recreation and Parks Department will be responsible for operating that building for recreational programs, facility rentals. Also with the Arts and Culture Center, the same type of programming will take place as far as, cultural themed programs, facility rentals, shows, performances, those type of things, as we have opened up our event hall for those programs to take place. One of the capital items that we're proposing for next fiscal year will be to replace the senior center member check-in touchscreens. The screens have been in place for roughly around 10 years. Touchscreens at the senior center are used for our members to come in and check in daily for our senior center members. Also, to select programs that they would like to participate in while at the senior center. Also, for our recreation program revenue fund is a 22% increase. The reason for the increase is because of the number of programs that we are planning for next fiscal year with the Arts and Cultural Center fully being open, fully being operational from last year to this year. Again, there's some pictures of some of our programs that take place, our special events, our buildings that we have, some of our recreation programs. Success, challenges, and initiatives. Success for the current fiscal year, the completion of the Hester Center Gym 4 renovations. The Gym 4 was repaired and fully renovated this year, which allows us to provide array of programs in the gymnasium now. Gives us an opportunity to bring in tournaments and special events inside the Gym 4 with it being fully renovated. One of the big successes this year was the opening of the Arts and Cultural Center, which was a major thing with it being delayed and now being available to the public. So we have, since fully being open and COVID restrictions being lenient now or revised restrictions, we've seen an increase in program registration as well as requests for use of the building. Again, one of the successes from last year was the increase in daily usage at the Boynton Beach Center. Again, COVID was, impacted Parks and Recreation across the nation. But one of the programs that we did see increase or was able to survive or flourish during COVID was the sport of tennis. And at our Boynton Beach Center, we have seen definitely an increase in usage as far as programs, as far as revenue, as far as lessons and that type of nature taking place. And we plan on continuing to see that increase take place as the clay courts were resurfaced this year. We had a capital improvement project to fully resurface all of the 17 hard-true courts at the tennis center. So again, as we've seen those courts be renovated, we are receiving compliments on the courts, which will continue to lead, at least we hope that will continue to lead to increased usage of that facility. Challenges for last year, obviously decrease in recreation program registration due to COVID. Again, COVID was definitely impacted the Recreation and Parks Department because we are a community based and public facing department where we depend on people coming in and participating in our programs and in making that available to them. So with the COVID restrictions going into place last year, it definitely saw a decrease in our recreation programs. Obviously, we were unable to have our facilities open the entire year. So again, that restriction definitely impacted that. Also, a challenge of ours has been reopening of our recreational facilities. So again, as COVID restrictions have changed and CDC guidelines have changed, we have seen, we've seen challenges in figuring out ways to safely reopen our recreation facilities, to make them safe for the public, to make them feel comfortable to come back in, and again, kind of embracing them again, embracing the community to come in and be a part of our department. initiatives for next fiscal year, new special events at our recreation facilities and parks. Again, with the Arts and Culture Center now opening, we see a really good opportunity to provide different programs, to provide some new programs. With the Hester Center gymnasium and game room now open and fully renovated, there's opportunities there to bring in new programs. And again, to expand on some of our staple programs, our youth basketball program, our youth flag football, providing an opportunity for our community partners, the Boynton Beach Bulldogs and the East Boynton Beach Little League, to have facilities to come in and again have opportunity to open up their programs to the public. And one of the other things, updating our rec track system. Rec track is our system that we use in order to do our registration programs, our facility rentals. Basically all our transactions that takes place in the Recreation and Parks Department goes through the rec track system. So again, next year we are looking to upgrade that system to give increased online accessibility, which kind of means to allow the customers to be able to have access or to register for programs on their when it's convenient for them. So not necessarily during our normal operating hours, but to be able to access our website and our web track system to be able to register for these programs and allowing that to take place. One of the upgrades for the rec track system too will, potentially allow customers to be able to rent pavilions on their own as we set up calendars, as well as tennis court reservations is one of the proposals in the budget to be to allow the public to be able to reserve their courts on their own through our system, through our online system. And one of the programs that we're looking forward to bringing back also is re-engaging with the school district and partnering to provide enrichment programs there. We have our outreach program where we send staff into the local elementary schools and give us the opportunity to teach fundamental skills of specific sports to the students. Again, our staff goes in and teaches those skills to encourage those students to continue to participate in the recreation programs. And then also eventually, the end goal is for them to register for our programs and participate in our sports related programs or our in those type of programs moving forward. So we look forward to being able to do that moving forward for next year, to bring that program back. Again, COVID was definitely impacted us this past year, but we are, I'm happy to announce that all of our recreation centers are now open, including the senior center is now open and functioning and allowing people in, and we're inviting everyone to come back out and participate in our programs. And again, we are just looking forward to myself and my staff to really provide those recreation opportunities again for the community. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I got a few questions. First is the Memorial Tree Fund. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
All right. How is that looking?
Actually, the Memorial Tree Fund is really starting to pick up. We actually planted our first memorial tree about 2 weeks ago in memory of someone of Robert Garrison, who did a lot of work in raising funds to develop barrier-free park. We planted a crepe myrtle near the new dock at Barrier Free, along with a plaque in remembrance of them. So we do see that picking up, and again, it's one of those programs where we are in the developmental phase of it, but we'll continue to have it evolve as we move forward.
I know that because I gave you guys a check for that. So
you did.
Yeah. So
Yeah, we had several prior to. I know
Yeah.
Matt Doyle. We did.
Yeah.
We have one in Town Square somewhere. We did. We have a
And
few.
so I don't need the plaque, but if I can get a certificate or something like that saying a tree was planted, I know that's a very big program in Israel to plant trees if someone's passing. And so having that certificate that someone can plant a tree in the city of Boynton Beach is a way, I think, a good way to have the urban tree canopy
program get more implemented. And plus it's, something that it's a reminder that grows.
Wait. On that vein, are you saying to perhaps introduce it as an option when anybody wants to use any of our memorial centers, cemeteries around the city? Is that something we would like to do?
Not necessarily for the, give them information of the Memorial Tree Fund, because I don't think we have any brochures or anything like that.
We do have a brochure for the Memorial Tree program.
Okay.
To pass that we've been passing out. And again, we've planted one through that program, and we've had a few inquiries about the program moving forward. So we do have some information to pass out to the public.
All right. So I'll look forward to receiving that information.
So I would
Yeah.
say if we could add it as something that we perhaps give as an option to families if they are going to use our memorial gardens to also.
To let them know that program exists if
Yeah.
they're burying somebody.
Yes.
So when we're coordinating burials through the clerk's office, to let
Yes.
them know that, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crystal, we can do that and get the brochures from Casey, but yeah, they come in, that's very nice.
It could be a way of forever being memorialized in the city.
And we'll also, if we haven't already, Eleanor will probably tell me she already has, but put it in our newsletter as an available program for the city if somebody's passing. So.
Okay. I guess my next question is the amphitheater under the Parks and Recs department?
The operation of the amphitheater.
Sort of, kind of. It's under both.
Yeah. It is part of our revenue policy.
Okay. And
But-
so,
I was just gonna say, but as far as reserving and making a reservation for the amphitheater, that would not go through the record.
It's coming through city manager's office right now.
okay.
Because
And-
we're developing the master calendar for all our city events on the site. So, I mean, well, we have it. It's just a matter of then what is going to be available. So we just kind of want hands-on with it now as the calls come in, so we don't overbook it and screw something up.
So people can start booking the amphitheater?
Mhm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So, and then to contact, I guess.
Our office, city manager's office.
6010?
Mhm.
Okay. The next thing is the senior tennis tournament. I was told that that's happening next year. Is that still on the books?
Yes, that is on the books. We are working with a contractor to come in and run that tournament for us. We also have 2 tournaments that are going to be used as a roadmap or two lead events up to that tournament, which will be sanctioned through the USTA in November. We have a Nationals 50s event and a mother's daughter USTA sanctioned event in November, which then will lead up to the ITF Super Senior event that will take place the end of April through May of next year.
All right, excellent. Is there anything in the works to possibly change some of our lesser used tennis courts throughout the city into pickleball?
We have, I think we've got,
So,
we have out there.
so currently at the Boynton Beach Tennis Center, we do have temporary pickleball courts that are set up on 2 of the hard courts out there. And then we have 2 hard courts that are available for rental. But yes, the pickleball play is picking up at the Boynton Beach Tennis Center. As far as the neighborhood parks, we have not necessarily turned those into pickleball courts or that like Galaxy or Pioneer Canal.
Yeah.
But at the tennis center, yes, we do have pickleball court options.
Okay, I would want to see if, is there a way that we get numbers of people using the Pioneer Park tennis courts, or I think Knollwood has some, because we do have a few free tennis courts throughout the city. And so I want to make sure that, if they're not being used as tennis courts that much, that we sort of repurpose them for pickleball. It's kind of like, we lost a lot of shuffleboards when we tore down the Madsen Center, and I don't think we've gotten too many complaints for that. And so that's something for the future that, sports do change over time. And that's what I would like to see, so that, the tennis courts get used more often.
I would echo the
pickleball courts. I've had a lot of residents asking me for that as well.
So if, that's something we might look
Because I
into.
think you can get, what, 3 or 4 courts out of a tennis court?
We actually have a project for those two. The way the 2 tennis courts at the Boynton Beach Tennis Center are set up, we can actually provide 6 pickleball courts in that space.
Yeah, so we don't reserve, like, we would have to, let's somehow monitor that, but in Pioneer Park and those parks, it's just free play.
Right.
So we don't have any like numbers or reservations, but that's something to go around in the neighborhood, the immediate neighborhood, and kind of ask, because those are really neighborhood specific courts.
Correct.
I don't think people travel there to go, so it's like, how's the neighborhood using it?
Right.
Maybe that's through some outreach, we can identify that if they would like through a survey or something we could do to find out if pickleball's.
There's something
I haven't tried to play it yet, but they all
Yeah.
beat each other up at lunch every day. There's internal competition amongst all the employees, and they play for blood.
Yeah.
Or a trophy.
And so the other thing is that, I've been tried to, with the CRA, to help the city put lights at Galaxy Little League Field and also at the Denson Pool, because those facilities are used at night, and closing them at 4 or 5 o'clock. I'd like to see what we can do. If it's in the capital improvement plan for the city, then the CRA cannot help fund it. But if they're not in the capital improvement plan, the CRA can do something, because it's not part of a regular city improvement. So I'd like to know if that is in the capital improvement plan.
No.
And so if that's not, try to coordinate with the CRA to see what the costs are to hopefully get those lights, so that this upcoming winter, that field at Galaxy can be used, because it's a great field. It's got great irrigation. And so right next to the Galaxy Upland Preserve that I saw got a $40,000 grant to remove the invasives. And so we want to, get rid of what we need to get rid of, and let's improve when we can get improved. I'd like to say I'm very happy at the Arts and Cultural Center. I was able to sign up my daughter for the swimming class next month. And so I think that's also something we need to put up on the website as a place for residents to sign up, not just the Intracoastal Park Clubhouse. And the last would be, something that to speak with the commission on is the Parks and Rec bond. I know West Palm Beach does that to offer, the enhancement to their facilities. This is where, as the Vice Mayor Hay was saying, we're doing a lot, but it's one thing for the city to do a lot without the community's involvement. And so I would want to have community's involvement to spend that money on Parks and Rec. To get their involvement. And we have, I think, some in each of the districts with Eco Park, the vacant land in Leisureville. There's still plenty of space in Barrier Free for additional equipment. Pence Park needs to get redone, Girl Scout Park. And so and so that's kind of where, we'll have that conversation with the commission, and hopefully advertise and get the community involvement to put that general obligation on the next general election if the commission so is willing. But I feel like we need to, not just spend the money what we think is best, but based upon what the public wants. And I think that's a great example of what we know what the public wants or doesn't want.
And Mayor, also through our accreditation process, that absolutely involves community outreach and survey. So I think through your rec track system, you get continual feedback or feedback throughout the year from residents on the types of programmings we do. And
We do ask those questions, and we just had a needs assessment that was being conducted where they interviewed stakeholders throughout the community and provided a survey throughout the community. And we do have some opportunities to do that as well.
Commissioner Katz?
To the Parks and Recs bond, I've spoken to some residents about that in my district, and I wouldn't be opposed to putting the question out there with one caveat, and that being that it's made explicitly clear in the language that the funds, the revenue that is drawn in, or not revenue, but it's a bond, that it's spent equally in each district. In speaking to my residents, they conveyed to me that they wouldn't be, the ones that I talked to, objectionate to entertaining it or voting for it, but they would just want to make sure that if they were going to impose additional debt on the city, that they would ultimately be paying through taxes, that they saw that money earmarked explicitly to go into the district. And I think the safest way to do that would be to say that whatever the bond is, that we allocate 25% to each district. That's something that would get me to support putting it on the ballot for the residents to vote on, because I want to make sure that the residents of District 1 get their fair share of that.
I agree with you on that it's something that we want to make sure that everyone feels like they're buying in to the Parks and Rec, and that it's not going to somewhere in specific. As I mentioned, each of the districts could use those funds. And so I thank you for that consensus to move forward with that.
So we need this, we have it as a future agenda item. So why don't we try to, I think we need to have the discussion at the next commission meeting possibly, so we can set the parameters of what exactly you want to do with that money. Is it new park redevelopment or park redevelopment of undeveloped parks, or is it maintenance or what have you? So we can maybe develop cost estimates to try to tell you what size bond.
So I know with the capital improvement plan for a long time, it's been the upgrades to the ADA and somewhat maintenance because of the age of the older facilities, the Carolyn Sims Center, the Hester Center. Whereas, this is kind of for that new facilities that we're trying to build up, like Eco Park, like the Leisureville area land that we have that could have been a park.
Yeah, it's not designated as parkland.
Right, but
It's developable.
But the Leisureville, at one time, the commission was willing to give it to Leisureville to develop a park. And so it's something in that sense of working with the community for what we have.
Because we do use surtax funds, Mayor, now, and that's where that'll be part of the discussion. I mean, we use surtax funds for maintenance and getting the parks upgraded and maintained, right, Andrew? That's a big part of that. So I would suggest that this is for the development of new outside the parameters of what the surtax covers.
Correct. That's exactly what I was thinking. And I think the community will be much better off because this is something that we learned this past year of how important parks and facilities are to the public. With the golf course that we had, it was used a lot more during COVID than un-COVID. And so it's something that we really, same with the tennis center. I remember one time. So,
Mayor?
Yes.
I would go along with the everyone getting their fair share, 25% and all that good stuff. But we need to have that discussion, because I don't want to get into my park, your park, because all the parks are accessible to everyone. So I know we don't. There's a tendency for ownership city parks, and I think you heard that the other night. I just want to make sure that we understand that we don't want to start separating parks in the city. So
no,
we'll have this discussion.
Absolutely, and I do understand that. Perception is one thing, but all of our parks are open. It's kind of like going to Denson Pool. I'm living in the District 1, and that's in District 2. It's something that we need to change the perception of the public so that everyone understands that all public parks are for the public.
Right.
We have great diversity at the Denson Pool. It's amazing. Yeah. Carolyn Sims and Hester.
Okay. And I think that's it for recreation. Do we have the golf course?
Before Casey sits down.
Yep. No.
This is Catherine Matos, Assistant City Manager. I just wanted to thank Casey for his leadership and the entire staff of the Recreation and Parks Division Department for dealing with COVID for the last year. I mean, their primary service is to the community, directly contact with the community, and they had to modify their operations all year long. They provided summer camp through COVID with under extreme conditions and restrictions and did food distributions in the community, spearheaded that. And I just wanted to say thank you to our Rec and Parks team for, I mean, all of our departments have really stepped up in the last year, but especially one of these most public facing departments. Thank you, Casey, and to your team.
Thank you.
Adaptability, yes.
Thank you. And just a quick note, thank you to the commission for recognizing the Recreation and Parks Department for Parks and Recreation Month.
Thank you.
Continue to enjoy.
All right. And I forgot, Commission, does anyone have any other questions? No. All right. Thank you.
Okay, tell me. Public Works we should do tomorrow.
Good evening, Commission, Mayor. My name is Tommy Ilioki. I'm the somewhat new golf course manager at the Links of Boynton Beach.
I was about to say, I'm like, who is this?
I'm not Ron Tapper. I started on March
Siberia.
23rd. Yeah, I started on March 23rd of 2020, and 2 days later, the golf course shut down for 5 weeks. So some of you guys I haven't met yet, but my name is Tommy Ilioki. I have seen the mayor at the golf course a few times. So. Nice to meet you. I'm here to talk about the golf course. So let's see here. Okay. Historically, we've had two divisions. We'd have the admin division and the maintenance division. For administrative, we're proposing a 12.1% increase. And for the maintenance division, a 25.1% increase. For the maintenance division, the 25% increase comes after a decrease this year of 25%. So we went down 25% this year. Next year, we are proposing an increase of 25.1%. We're also proposing to create a 412 golf CIP fund. Essentially, this is the sole purpose of this is to address capital expenditures going forward. It would be an independent source of funding subsidized by $3 from each round of golf. So the $204,200 that you see there, gets basically broken down to $150,000 for a clubhouse remodel consultant and a little over $50,000 to renovate our on-course bathroom. So that would be making them ADA compliant and some exterior work. Some highlighted changes. In the admin division, there are some salary and benefit increases. We're also, we'll be receiving a new golf cart fleet with lithium batteries. I know the mayor's excited about that, but essentially what we have now are lead acid batteries. If you've ever been to a golf course and golf carts haven't been working, it's essentially because they are lead acid batteries, which means that they're old school. They're old school like your car might have had, where you had to check water levels. And if that doesn't happen, it could just be a week that for some reason, a golf cart doesn't get water, that golf cart could go down. And when it doesn't go down, then we can't provide the service to our residents and our customers. And at that point, we're also purchasing new batteries. So by going to lithium batteries, we're going to see a savings in payroll that we're not maintaining them. Carts aren't breaking down, and we're saving there's going to be a cost savings with battery replacement. Also, there's an increase to the general fund transfer. Going down to maintenance, the 25% increase comes from our signature hole, which is hole number 12. There's a renovation that we're proposing. Essentially, we would be putting in a coquina or a crushed rock cart path, which would improve the drainage of that hole. It would improve car traffic and overall just make the hole look a lot better. Similar to what the fire chief was talking about, we are also planning on pre-funding our major maintenance equipment. So currently we pre-fund 8 pieces of maintenance equipment. That would increase to 17 pieces of maintenance equipment. And also there is a fertilizer increase. As far as revenue goes, this year we have a revenue budget of 1.9 million. Year to date, we've brought in 2.2 million. So that's through June. So we still have July, August, and September to go through. So it has certainly been a very good year. Looking forward to next year, we're estimating a revenue increase of about 334,000. So next year, we're projecting about 2.2 million for us to bring in. This is an 18% increase, mainly due to improved course conditions, the macro and microeconomics, some operational changes, and also a change in the rate structure. And if I can just kind of say something, guys, about the rate structure, essentially what that means is this year we looked at not only when do our season rates begin, which historically have begun December 26th, the day after Christmas, and they've always gone down April 1st. And we started looking at that and started thinking as to why is that exactly when other golf courses might be going up in their rates to season rates in the beginning of December. So this year we went up actually a week earlier and went down towards the end of April. So we were able to get, a good 4 weeks more of season rates. Also, what we did this year is historically we've had a price break during the middle of the day at about 11:30 or 12 o'clock. We pushed that all the way back to 2 o'clock. So you can just imagine as to, we're getting a premium rate for 2.5 hours every single day throughout season time, and that contributes to more revenue. Okay, so some successes. One of the big things that we were kind of facing this year is when the golf course opened up in May, we were working under this Palm Beach County executive order, which basically gave us 3 options. Number one, the executive order said that 2 people can ride in a golf cart, but they have to wear a mask at all times. You can just imagine how that went over. People don't want to wear a mask for 4.5 hours when they're playing golf. The second option that the executive order gave us is that we can install some type of a divider between the golf carts. Well, the complaint that we got from that is, well, there's an initial upfront cost in purchasing the dividers, but that they're hot, right? There's no airflow going between the players. Or number 3 is to offer single rider carts. What most courses did in the area is they put basically 2 people in a cart. They said, it's up to you guys to wear a mask or not. We didn't exactly feel the same way. So what we were able to do is we were able to offer single rider carts to all the customers from the beginning of the pandemic all the way through mid-March of this year at no additional cost. So we do have 2 goals of the golf course. One is to keep people happy, and the other goal is really just to be financially self-sufficient. So we looked at this and said, people want to have their own golf cart. They don't want to pay more. How can we make that happen? So single rider cart would keep the people happy. How are we able to make that happen? Well, kind of with the things that I was able to talk about. With the rate structure, we made some operational changes, the course in better condition, et cetera. So actually year to date, our net income is at $770,000. Even though we offered single rider carts at no additional cost, which, sitting here 2 years ago, would have thought that it's absolute insanity, because you look at it and you think, how can you offer single rider carts at no additional cost? Essentially, that means that it's half the amount of players, half the amount of revenue, but with the operational changes that we made and the difference in the rate structure, we're actually able to make a profit year to date. We've also seen an increase in membership enrollment by 35% and membership revenue by over 41,000, increase of 41,000. We've updated the facility and equipment. We've renovated the cart barn. We have new electrical work in there. We've resealed the roof. We have new signage, gates, and fencing. We've purchased new 2 fairway mowers, and we also have a new driving range ball machine. Some challenges that we're facing: we do have an aging golf course infrastructure. One being the clubhouse. I addressed that a little bit earlier. We are planning on renovating the clubhouse in the next few years. The other aging golf course infrastructure issue that we have is our irrigation system. So in the next 6 to 8 weeks, we're planning on updating our irrigation system. So essentially what we have right now is it's a hydraulic system. So if you think of your own house and you go and turn on the sprinklers, you might have 4 heads that pop up. That's essentially how the golf course works right now, is that it's powered by water. You turn on the irrigation system and you might have 6 heads that pop up, throwing 100 gallons of water a minute. What we're going to is an electric system, where now instead of multiple heads popping up at once, we can individually pinpoint which head to go on at what time. So you're going to have better water management. You're going to have improved course conditions, and you're going to have reduced leaks because it's not being powered by water anymore. Now it's being powered by electric. One of the other challenges that we have, you can just see it today, is weather. What we're doing about that is we are installing drains on our worst holes, one being number 1 and number 16, where now those holes might not be shut down for the entire day, and water can drain a little bit better. So that's something that we're currently working on this summer. One of the initiatives for this year, or for next year, excuse me.
Wait, I have a question. Do you have any infrastructure set up where when we do get rain on the golf course, for example, there's a way to reuse that rainwater and maybe put it back into the watering system?
Not at this time, no.
Is that something that's even conceivable?
I'm sure at some courses. That's not, our water is effluent water. So essentially it comes from canals. It comes from the canals and the lakes. So in a way, the water drains to the canals and the lakes, and that's where it gets pumped out of. So in a way, we do that, but we don't use like fresh rainwater or, fresh water in that regard.
Using potable water.
Yeah, potable. Yeah.
Just something to think of.
One of the initiatives for next year is we're increasing our capital improvement charge from $2 a round to $3 a round, and that's going into that 412 fund. Questions?
Question about that
Yes.
that $2 to $3 increase. Is that still? I mean, I think we're pretty much one of the most affordable golf courses in the county still, aren't we?
Yeah, there's been certainly an increase with all the courses. Like I said, one of our goals is we want to be affordable. Oh, hello?
John, did you adjust it down and turn it off?
All right. Yeah, I think we're yes, maybe.
And it's worthy to
Test,
know
test.
while we're waiting that, remember a few years ago where the commission, we loaned when Ron was here, and we loaned Ron Tapper, and we loaned the golf course, the Enterprise, $300,000, and they were paying back $25,000 the past couple years, and this year they're able to transfer back $75,000 of their loan plus $25,000 into the general fund. But they're getting healthy. Tommy has done an amazing job out there, and the place is making money.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot your question that you had asked me earlier.
Right. I was just asking if the price increase still makes us I'm not necessarily going for affordable. It's golf.
Yeah,
We don't need to be
sure.
affordable. I'm saying we need to be
competitive? Are we competitive?
Absolutely, yeah. So we're constantly looking at what our competition is doing. Our competition is essentially the county courses. So Palm Beach County they operate 4 golf courses and a driving range. So that's our main competition. We try to be right in line with them. Some of the things that we've done this year has gotten us to be in line with them. For instance, the rate structure that I was talking about earlier. They've historically gone up, the first week of December into their season rates. And we waited a few weeks after that for, whatever the reason may be. So we're looking to get in line with them next year. But what that means for our budget is we're getting a week or two more of a higher rate of a season rate as opposed to a cheaper summer rate. That makes sense.
Yeah, somewhat. I don't know golf, but I believe you.
Still playing.
And then my other question is just, centered around the line item. How much is left from that 300,000 that they need to pay back? Have they paid it all back now?
Oh, no, not yet.
No.
What's left?
Probably 200. Yeah, it's because they were 225, right. That was only 3 years, so they paid 25, this year 75. And probably next year, if you keep going, they'll be able to pay it off in the next year or two.
Okay, and my last question is Ron still riding a golf cart or a lawnmower out there?
So Ron works on maintenance twice a week. We call him Roundup Ron.
Okay, thank you. Tell him I say hi.
All right, thank you.
So my questions are, as part of the clubhouse, we have a vendor there. Is their contract up in November? Are we looking to put that RFP out again?
We'd have to look. I don't know off the top of my head. No.
His contract is up November 2nd of this year. Last year it was extended for 1 year.
Okay. And then also part of that is because there's the polystyrene that is there that we are trying to prohibit at city facilities. So
yeah, so they have made that change. They have made that change in the last couple of weeks and gotten rid of polystyrene.
okay, excellent. And then the other thing is regarding alcohol sales. Is it possible for that vendor to have a liquor license at that location?
Currently, no, we just have a beer and wine license.
Is the commission willing to have a liquor license like other municipalities, Palm Beach Gardens, Delray, Boca, the county?
That license is in my name, by the way. I just found out.
Lucky you.
I got a note. Yes, we had some communications from the state licensing, and because I'm the city manager, I guess the liquor license is in my name. So be careful.
Okay.
Mayor, what does a liquor license cost?
I don't have it.
We don't pay very much. I can't say off the top of my head. It's only a few $100s.
For the beer and wine, right?
Correct.
I think the liquor's a little
license is
more.
in the tens of thousands.
That's what I was gonna say. If I'm not opposed if the tenant wants to acquire a liquor license, or if we acquired it and that was a part of an extension of a contract that they covered a portion or the whole cost or whatever, but I understood them to be more expensive.
Okay.
We can check it out.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure that the commission is okay with having that capability, because past commissions may have not agreed to that.
I agree.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
How does the revenue breakdown for the beer and wine? Who gets what's the percentage, or do they get what? Can anybody answer that?
Yeah, so the vendor just pays us a monthly rental fee of the facility.
Okay, so the liquor license would benefit the vendor, not us necessarily.
We might get different types of golfers coming. But yeah, it's something that he has to get permission from the city to get the liquor license, because the liquor license is in the city manager's name. So,
which I'm glad to give that up.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know what the law is on if they even can, because they lease from us versus I don't know.
So,
find out.
Well, like I said, the RFP should be coming out soon. So
yeah, hey, go for it, YOLO. So
you play much better golf after
that's what I'm saying. So let them have it, and I mean that would just switch around our contract with them in terms of they would probably be paying us more
from that vendor rate, but yeah.
To the mayor's point, what I believe you're referring to is we do have, like all the golf courses down here, we do have an aging population. So one of the challenges that we're fighting is trying to draw in a younger crowd. And one of the ways you get them is you introduce alcohol.
Vodka crayons.
Yeah. And then I guess the last question would be regarding the family course, the land adjacent to the golf course, the city's old landfill. Is that anywhere in the future of what we're trying to do, or?
Right now, Andrew Mack, Assistant City Manager, Public Services, we're currently still in the process of closing out the landfill with the Health Department. We're fairly confident that should happen this calendar year. Once that happens, then we can start looking at options for future growth at either the golf course. We've also had discussions about potentially some solar out there as well on the landfill.
Okay.
Like a solar farm?
Correct. Yes.
I like that idea.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we got 13 minutes before 10 o'clock.
Public Works will take a little bit of time, so you might want to do that tomorrow.
So that's kind of where Public Works kind of dovetails into general capital. But I know I have Eleanor here. So do you think we have enough time for marketing?
Yeah, they don't have any prepared presentation, but
oh, good.
If you have questions.
So I got questions.
She said, oh, goody junk gum drop.
Yeah.
I mean, well, aren't you so glad now that you don't have to worry about coming up here tomorrow?
She'll be here tomorrow.
Not that we haven't sat. All right, I have Laura with me because Laura is our marketing and events assistant now, so she will answer any marketing questions you might have. And Chelsea was going to come tomorrow to talk about events, but we can share that when we're not crazy.
Okay. Well,
I'll answer all your questions.
thank you so much. First off, I want to thank you for all the great work that you and your team has done this past year with COVID, getting the word out. I really appreciate the videos that you did in regards to the people that work for the city, getting that information out of what they do, how they got there. I do feel like, and that's part of our YouTube page, which has all the information. I do think we need to update some of the tours with the mayor. Currently, it's Jose Rodriguez that's showing everyone around. Yeah. So maybe we could work with the chamber or something to get a new video out of what's going on in the city, because we have a lot to offer now of all the new and exciting things. And then
That's
I
an
guess,
easy one.
and then I guess, so is events still under your category?
Yes.
First off, you did an amazing job. You and your team did an amazing job for 4th of July. And what are the events planned for next year, I guess?
We are going to activate the amphitheater. The city has budgeted to take over the CRA concerts as well as the CRA movies. So we are going to be doing the first Friday of every month, having a concert with food trucks and alcohol. And Lori's name. Yeah. I did the 4th. You get this one. And we going to do the movies the 3rd Friday of every month.
Okay.
So those will take 2 of the Fridays. We've had 24 groups call interested in the amphitheater. I think we need to discuss what we are going to permit or allow as far as what goes in the amphitheater. But we've had a lot of interest on that. We need to get the application online, but we have talked to everybody personally and they know exactly where we are. And we hope to activate that on October 1st.
We will be doing the tree lighting and hope to make that more of a celebration, more of a family event as CRA used to do. I know there was discussion about bringing the tree back, and I believe we budgeted for that as well.
Where will the tree be?
That's a good question that Andrew and I have been talking about. It may, since we have the butterfly out front of the City Hall, that was a pad that was designed for the tree. And I'm not sure how long, Glenn, that contract is. February. So Andrew and I were discussing maybe going back to the front of the Children's Museum.
Yep.
Okay.
And having it there. That has to coincide with the parade. So we're looking at maybe having it a little earlier so that the lights are up earlier and we have that celebration earlier, maybe right after Thanksgiving or so. The parade's the first Saturday of the month for December. So you'll be running 3 events there, like within a week of time. So there's a kind of what the city has planned in that space, Mayor. And then of course we'll have our traditional 4th of July.
And then also MLK and Juneteenth.
MLK and Juneteenth.
Okay.
We did allocate dollars to do a Caribbean festival or a cultural festival at the amphitheater this year. And we put in additional dollars to do, well, Andrew and I, and I'm not sure what budget that landed in right now, but do additional lighting at Sarah Sims for during the holidays as well, or on MLK Boulevard.
Oh, wonderful.
And hopefully to have.
And so for the Caribbean, are we planning to partner with a nonprofit similar to Juneteenth, or is the city going to front the whole costs?
We budgeted dollars to contribute. I would love to work with a committee. I'd be happy to start that process as soon as possible.
And so that's kind of where, similar to the city's, MLK committee task force, not an advisory board, that we start thinking about having the Caribbean event as well, having a task force there, because, the partnerships that we have with the MLK committee makes a huge difference.
Amazing.
And
Been
so,
amazing.
yes.
And we also put in for budgeted for a Pride event next year as well.
What month will you be hosting the Caribbean event?
I do not have a month yet.
I would like to suggest May.
Okay, perfect.
And I will be more than happy to help you build your committee.
I love that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, we'll have one for May, one for June, or 2 for June, and
July.
in July.
Pretty much every month. Yeah.
All right. Very nice.
I think it's of noteworthy, Mayor and the Commission, just so last year we had about 190,000 budgeted in special events, and this year we're at, well, Eleanor proposed 345, we took it to 335. 335,000 in events and holiday lighting, so just that's a substantial increase. But we built in, we have 75,000 for the tree lighting, and we added 50,000 to light up downtown, and that was to also, with that, be able to do something at a little bit more at Sarah Sims, correct?
I'm not sure if at the end, when I was at the 4th of July, whether that got added to this budget or went in Public Works.
He said it's in Public Works. Okay, so this
with
50
that-
is just for downtown.
But it did allocate additional lighting across the street or up the poles, depending on what we chose.
Right.
So that would be year 2 of the lighting.
And we added 20,000 for the concerts at Centennial Park, 20,000 for the movies, downtown event with the DBC downtown. We figured we'd be doing something
DBC.
there, so we have 5,000 for that. Yeah.
Okay.
That was the other event that Kim Kelly and I are talking about, doing the long table out in front, right, and partnering on that. So we budgeted 5,000 to assist with that.
Wonderful. Also, one of the things is finding the partners. I was looking at Clematis by Night and seeing all of their partners. If we can start reaching out to the radio stations, the TV channels, the newspapers, I think it is something we need to do well in advance. And then the other things is that, also in the revenue sort of thing, using the 3rd and 4th floor as a VIP. You're saying no?
That's not private space, but it's programmed and secure not for the public. It's for administrator, for the employees. I just tell you, I think to talk about it a little bit more. It's the community room is set up downstairs for kitchenette and so forth. I mean, we're envisioning, we're having a city event where the commission, if we do something small up on the 4th floor balcony, but not necessarily open to the general public?
I mean,
Because that's all workspace. That's all.
well, that's why they have locked doors.
Okay, well, then I mean, it's, you have
Because
just
you-
the balcony, so it'd be limited.
Correct.
You'd have
You know,
limited space.
I would absolutely say that part of it has to deal with the police or, PSC to be part of that so that, no one is going to the CRA or the city manager's office. But because they have the men and women's bathroom there, you have that full area of, the receptionist there that can be double as a bar very easily.
Has that happened?
It was, I always envisioned that third and fourth floor as a VIP area. And so I understand you completely regarding safety, regarding liability. But that's something that we do with all of our facilities, the safety and liability. And so we can plan those out where you're saying, hey, we're looking to have someone on the third floor. Well, that means someone needs to be paid to manage the elevators. Or someone needs to, because we can't just have the elevators open to the third and fourth floor. Or someone needs to be there as part of the chaperone or something from the city to help with the maintenance, concierge, exactly. So I don't think those fees are a part of the package that we viewed, but I'll ask the commission, is this something that we'd like to move forward with determining fees for both liability and safety to use the third and fourth floor as VIP areas? Because viewing the amphitheater from that location is pretty neat. They're the skyboxes of the city hall for the amphitheater.
I think the area also, if the commission wants to discuss the area that the butterfly is now on, would make an awesome sponsor area with a covered tent and have a separate private, it's a magnificent view from there.
Yeah.
Beautifully lit, is another option too for sponsor. And Mayor, I did want to indicate that we did get a PR sponsor for the fourth, the Legends radio station, which did amazingly, especially the last week of the event. So we're grateful and we're working closer, and they're connected to WPT Channel 25. So it was a great opportunities.
And I think we've envisioned the lobby of City Hall being able to host potentially receptions into like events like lectures and a small concert. We've already had a little concert in there with the
Pianos.
band, the little kids band across the street, the orchestra. But
It could be a private party or the sponsor. We do have those public bathrooms in there as well, which do get utilized, as we know, when the library event and all of those, that it's a great asset for people wanting to get a little cool, especially in the heat, but that's a possibility too.
Yeah, I
Even
would
though-
just caution on allowing VIP space for private productions of events there. If the city's doing it and we want to do something, I just, the third and fourth floor were designed to be off limits to the public. I mean, it is more of but to have city sponsored where we're not having an independent producer doing a concert there and then all of a sudden they're up on the fourth floor in our city hall. That wasn't the initial intent. It was more for city use. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay.
You could
Commissioner,
put barricades around the outside that area too, where the tables are, and put similar to the barricades that we had around the lake at the fourth, and that could become a sponsor area as well, which is a great viewing area.
Yeah,
And would have access to the first floor by the middle doors. And
for
also,
for me, it's kind of like that. It was different than what I heard because I thought that all of City Hall, they would be available, and just like the chambers, people could be using that during the normal workday hours as well. To say that the third and fourth floor are only for city employees, I think is wrong. I take so many people there because the city commission office has no windows and it's only a little desk. And so if I want to have a conversation, I take them to the fourth floor, because when you go out on that patio and you look around the city, you feel like you can see the city. And that's my perspective. And so whatever
Mayor.
I can do.
Mayor,
Yes,
I call it the commission closet.
I agree with that.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Katz, I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, personally, I would defer to staff on the usage of space that is directly adjacent to city city offices, just because I think that it needs to be taken care of and with extreme caution. If it can be done in such a way that it could be rented out, so be it. But I wouldn't want the setting of any sort of prices. I don't think should be our purview. That's administrative, and I think that it should be done with the idea to cover costs and then make a profit. But I don't have strong feelings either way, except for if management feels that there are security concerns and proximity concerns that, I would defer to them because they work there all the time.
Yeah, access is, you have to have proxy access to get to the 3rd and 4th floor. The only first 2 floors of the building are open to the public for security purposes, obviously when it's occupied by employees. But
Right, I'm talking after employee hours
I would just,
on 5 o'clock and afterwards, or, on weekends for the facility to be used that way. Because, you look out there quite a bit.
I do. I just would, again, I say, let it be city-sponsored events where we have control of that space.
And that's kind of where, if we have a concierge service, that's something that absolutely what you have at the different skyboxes throughout all arenas and stadiums. There's a lot of people there to make sure that nobody goes to a place where they're not supposed to go. And, I understand the life safety issues that, the CRA has the fire door on the 4th floor. And so if there's no fire door on the 3rd floor, then I understand that that's kind of off limits. But there is the fire door on the 4th floor.
They wouldn't be able to get into that space.
Not even
It's
on.
locked down, unless it's,
Unless there's a fire.
security guard there.
Yeah. And that's kind of where my perception is that it's part of the fee to be that in that location for the security guard, the concierge.
All right.
Is there any other questions for marketing?
Yes.
Yep.
Mayor, I only have one question for Eleanor. Tell me about how you're growing your team, because as you gain more and more events, you can't do everything. And naturally, you're going to need more people. So could you talk about how you're growing your team?
Sure.
Are we adding more staff or?
And thanks for your email on the 4th.
Yes.
Your text. Yes. Lori, do you want me to talk about our reorg that we?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have the new events manager.
So we have moved Laura to be the assistant director. So she will be in training to be a director one day. And we have moved Chelsea up to become a coordinator. So take her through the succession process as well. For events, Laura will be in marketing. We divided the 2 departments from marketing to events. Laura will be the assistant for both, and I'll be the director for both. And then Chelsea will be in events. We also, as of last Thursday, I think, or Friday, have put an offer into an individual that we interviewed for an event manager. So his role would be activation of the amphitheater as well as the large events that we have in our community. In addition, we have a position available that we internally advertised for that is a event specialist that will help staff during event time. So we're hoping that we'll get an internal applicant. If not, we'll put it out. So that's the growth of the department at this time. Oh, that's right. Laura just reminded me that we will, we do have in our budget, and these positions have been in our budget. We just didn't find the correct person in the last, or the proper fit in the last year. But we have a digital media marketing manager that we have not placed out, that we have not done interviews, but has been advertised. So
Great.
yes, the department has grown in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Good.
Offer has been offered.
We're looking forward to the support. Thank you.
Yep. It's a lot. I mean, you got the CRA events too, right? So.
See, we got the 2 CRA events. They are doing, from my understanding, bringing back to you to do the boat parade. So they're going to take that and continue that.
And Mike gave me the warning today that we're going to be getting the Pirate Fest probably in a few years. He's at least given us 2 or 3 years to.
I think that may be contracted out, or no?
They do that.
Pieces of it, but it's a $400,000 event.
Yeah, the CRA spends hundreds of thousands of dollars to throw all that events. And so it's something that the CRA needs to find other sources of revenue to help have these events. Otherwise, the city, I don't think, is going to just be able to grow it themselves.
Right.
Great, thank you. Any other
Thank you.
questions?
No, I
Thank you.
think so. And
Thank you,
so
Eleanor.
You're welcome.
We will begin again tomorrow at 10 a.m. with Public Works.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I just request that in future years that the marketing department have a presentation, because I like pretty pictures and colors.
She can pull, right.
All right.
That is all.
Knowing her, she'd go home tonight, put one together
All
for you
right.
for tomorrow.
All right, Alan. So ready for you to close.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Grant. As a reminder, a recorded version of this session will be posted to the City of Boynton Beach's YouTube channel. Links to that channel are available on the City of Boynton Beach's website at boynton-beach.org. This concludes today's meeting. On behalf of Mayor Grant and all of our elected officials, the city manager and city staff, thank you for attending today's City of Boynton Beach Commission meeting or workshop. Be safe and have a great evening.
All right. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Okay.